Good morning. Hi, good morning. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me properly before we start this session. So anyone at the back who is finding it difficult to hear, can you wave your hand? Okay, that's fine. Um, so good morning once again. All protocols observed. My name is Acheze. I am a member of the virology department, but for today, I am going to be the moderator of this session. So, one of the reasons why mental health awareness is very important to me is I have, from a young age, been exposed to multiple people who have suffered from various mental health issues, and I decided at a young age to be able to help create awareness for such things. So specifically, finding myself growing up as a creative, aside the fact that I'm an RA in virology, I am a creative. I write, and I find myself around people who write, make music, and do art in particular. And I realized people like this internalize things more deeper as compared to people who are, let's say, right brain dominant, because left brain dominant people are more in tune with their creative side. And I decided to start an initiative to help people like that. So that initiative I started was Haze, and in this in particular, we help creatives with their mental health. So today, we are going to do that with the help of Mrs. Dorcas Kwashi and Mrs. Senna Gibson, for scientists who are a bit skeptical about a lot of things in relation to mental health and the mind, because we reason things out. So today, before we get into it, we are going to have a pre-test, which is going to be led by the two beautiful women sitting here. So please, you're going to be given some sheets to fill out. And you are supposed to be as honest as possible with your results. But please, you are supposed to be completely honest with your answers. Apologies. You are supposed to be completely honest with your answers. You are going to score. Nobody's going to score. You are going to score, but they're going to guide us in scoring. So after you score, then you would know where you fall per your mental health. So you are going to know. Nobody's going to see your answers and all that. So please, let's just get involved. Let's just do this for ourselves, because it's going to help us at the end of the day. So I would like to call Mrs. Kwashi. Okay. So I believe the two women working with us would help us with solutions and what we can do. So please, can we clap for Mrs.
Good morning. Like I was introduced earlier, I'm Dr. Squashy, and today I'm one of your facilitators. We are going to start with a pre-test to know the state we fall in before we start with the exposition. Please, like Victor said, be very, very honest with yourself. You will keep your results. Nobody will take it from you. So nobody will know what you scored on what. Thank you. And please fill it within 2 to 5 minutes. Don't go beyond 5 minutes. Please, do we all have the questionnaire? It's now 9:15. By 9:20, we'll be done. Please write the numbers that you circled in the white blank spaces beside it. So let's say the first one. If you circle 2, you write 2 there in the white blank space. Are we done? Can we score now?
Hello. 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 Okay, so with the scoring, under the D is depression. So D talks about things that depresses us. If you saw 0 to 9, after multiplying your total by 2, then you are normal. On depression. No, you are normal on depression. 10 to 13 means mild. 14 to 20 means moderate. 21 to 27, you are severe on depression. Then 28 plus, extremely severe. Are we done with depression? So now let's go to anxiety. Hello. With anxiety, if you are 0 to 7, you are normal on anxiety. 8 to 9, mild. 10 to 14, moderate. 15 to 19, severe. 20 plus, extremely severe. Under stress, 0 to 14 is normal. 15 to 18 is mild. 19 to 25, moderate. 26 to 33, severe. Then above 34, extremely severe. So now we all know our stress level, our depression level, and that of anxiety. I'll hand that to Senna to start with the exposition. He's Senna will talk about what mental health is and mental illnesses and disorders, their causes, and how it affects us. Thank you.
Dorcas, can you put your password? Good morning, everyone. So my name is Senna Owusu Gibson, and I normally like this phase of the mental health education. By this time, everyone knows their smoothness level, you know. But let me issue a caveat, and that is that sometimes what you score on there. So can we have the HDMI cable here? Can I have an assistance? The HDMI cable. So let me issue a caveat. So sometimes there are some other factors that could affect what you see on the score. Okay, so don't take what you see on the score as de facto that, oh, there's something wrong with me. So many other factors. So sometimes interviewing would determine whether what you have on the score is really what it is. Okay, so don't take it too personal, and then maybe before we even start, you're already depressed because you have seen it. And let me also mention that anytime I give mental health talk, I let people understand that mental health or mental illness is like any other illness. So someone may have diabetes, someone may have hypertension, someone may have cancer. You have a mental illness. They are all in some parts of the body, right or wrong? Okay. Wrong. Oh, really? Can you help us? Okay. So, you can't hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. Is it better? Please, increase your microphone. Please, tune the volume high, because that's the best I can. All right, so like I was saying, mental illness is nothing to be ashamed of. Because someone may have a condition in their stomach ulcer or pancreas. Someone may have a condition with their heart. Someone may have a condition with their liver or any part of their body. You have an illness with your mind. We all have some illness in some part of the body. The mind is part of the body, right? The brain is part of the body. So if someone can walk to a hospital with diabetes, hypertension, cancer, kidney disease, you can also walk to the hospital with a mental health illness. There is nothing bad about it. There is nothing shameful about it. And that is the caveat I mostly cite when I do mental health education. I don't like slides, but I'm forced to come up with slides, so I try to put something on. All right. So this morning, I'm going to try in the next 30 to 35 minutes to demystify. Oh, my slide is not showing. To demystify mental illness. Can I have some assistance here? IT, can you please come to my aid? Is it there? Come back. Okay. But that's it. Okay. So I mostly like to demystify mental illness. This is what I'm quickly going to take us through. So, since this is medical people, I assume that everyone here is a medical person or has some science background, right? Okay. So we all know who stands for World Health Organization. Okay. And so who defines mental health as a state of well-being in which an individual is what realizes his or her own capabilities, is able to cope with the normal stresses of life, is able to contribute meaningfully to their society, and is what? And is productive. So if you are unable to do any of this, does it mean you have a mental health illness? Well, not yet. Not yet. And I'll take us step by step through why this may not necessarily mean that you have but this is what it is. So if I'm in a good or a very healthy mental state, I must be able to realize my own capabilities, what I can do, what I cannot do. I must be able to cope with the normal stresses of life. So normal means that who even recognizes that stress is a part of life? Normal stresses of life. So if you score high on stress, stress is normal. Who recognizes that sometimes I may be unproductive, but it states that I must be productive and also what? Be fruitful and be able to contribute meaningfully to my society or my community. So in the absence of this, it means that I am not probably in the right state of mental health. So that is food for thought as we go on. So keep that in your mind as we go on. Like I said, it's not the defining factor. So what does mental health characterize, or what characterizes mental illness? I'm going to talk about changes in so many areas, so I want you to pay attention to me. So mental health or mental illness is characterized by changes in your thoughts, in your affects, in your behavior, and in your physiology, or basically your body, physics, the changes on your body. So there are changes happening to you, or the changes have already happened. Like some of you have seen on your scores. So you can see that, oh, these changes happened without me even being conscious of it, but it's happened. All right, so this change is happening in my thought. What could the changes in my thought be? Maybe I'm beginning to think that I'm useless, worthless. Maybe I'm thinking that if I step out of this door, a car will hit me and I'll die. What evidence do you have? No evidence. Maybe I'm thinking that I'll do what? I like that. I'll win $1 million by 12 midnight. $12 in my account. So there are changes happening in your thoughts. Or you are thinking that my legs are crooked. Somewhere, somehow you look in a mirror and you think my face is crooked. You have no evidence. I like that. So there are changes happening in your mind. You're beginning to feel not only different about things. You're beginning to think differently about yourself. Not only about yourself, but about other people. And then about the environment you find yourself in. So there are changes happening in your thoughts about yourself, about other people. All of a sudden, you begin to see people as demons, and people with wings, and people with some crowns on their head. You're thinking, and you begin to see your environment as, think that your environment is unsafe. I can't step here because maybe if I step here, I'll die or something may catch me. So there are changes happening in your thoughts. Then there are changes happening in your affect. I want you to take notes. We are coming slowly. Don't be afraid. Then there are changes happening in your affect or emotions. You are consistently feeling sad. You are sad all the time. Emotionally, you feel that you are not worth a human being. You don't fit to be among some people. You feel all of a sudden that you are ugly. It could be a thought as well. Emotions, you are feeling irritated. Maybe something that you could easily laugh over a few years ago or a few months ago. All of a sudden, that statement triggers an emotion. You are so angry. You can't take it. You are having changes in your emotions. You know that this is not me. This is not who I used to be. I like the fact that a lot of the people here are young. And so it may sink. Don't be on your phone. Please listen, okay? Because some of these things, when they are happening to us, we don't take, we are not conscious of it until it becomes something we cannot handle. So please pay attention. So affect, your emotions are changing towards your own self. All of a sudden, you don't love yourself anymore. Then about other people, you don't love other people. You see them as enemies. Even your own siblings, your colleagues, you have change in emotions towards them. So affective changes or emotions, there are changes happening to you. Now we come to behavior. I want to put this within 30 minutes, so I won't spend a lot of time. But when it comes to question time, you can do a lot of that. Behavioral changes. This is very obvious. People can see. So I tell people that when others begin to tell you things about yourself, it's very important that you pay attention to them. Because sometimes what may be happening in your thoughts or your emotions, you may not be conscious of it, but your behavior will display it. So someone may tell you, maybe you yourself are able to tell that there are changes happening to me. I'm becoming withdrawn. I used to love swimming or loving a company of people. All of a sudden, I don't want to be around anyone. I slap people at free will. You know, behavioral changes. Maybe I used to be a very smiley person. All of a sudden, my face is always conk. I don't smile anymore. Or I used to dress very nicely, looking sharp, spine. All of a sudden, I come to work with some half-bow haircut. My walking has changed. Maybe I'm doing some. Meanwhile, everybody knows that you are a very prim and proper person. So there are changes happening to you. Maybe you come for 1 month, your beard is unshaved, and it's almost coming down. Sometimes you come to work, your hair is uncombed. So those are behavioral changes that people can see. So this one is obvious. And so people can tell you, I think there is something wrong with this sister or this brother. So you may not know that there are changes happening in your mind or in your emotions, but your behavior displays. So your behavior is like the screen we see. It displays what is going on within you that you may be conscious of or unconscious of. Good. Then your physiology. So since you are a scientist, I know you understand physiologically. So maybe you're having headaches, consistent headaches. You don't understand. Maybe you're having backache, stomach problems, because science tells us, or mental health tells us that whatever is happening in your, I like to draw, I like to write. So I'll do this one quickly. So whatever is happening in your physical body can also reflect on your emotions. So for example, I have headache. Then I begin to think that I'll die. So it's having an effect on my mind. I have headache, which makes me feel sad. Then, so this is my thought. I have headache, which makes me feel, affect. I feel sad, so that's the affective part. Thoughts that I'll die. Okay, so my physiology, what I feel in my body is having effect on my emotions and my what? My thought processes. And this is how it goes. So my thoughts, my affect, and then my behavior, okay? I'll shorten it, and then physiology. So physics, shorten it. So realize that these arrows go here and here, if you can see quite well. They feed into each other, okay? So your thoughts affect your behavior affects your physiology, your body, how you feel. So it can go each other way. I feel tired. Sorry, my thought tells me I'll die. And because of that, immediately I start feeling physical pain. So my thought is reflecting in my body, my physiology. Or my physiology can also affect my emotions, how I feel about myself. Okay, like I narrated, I feel headache. All of a sudden, I'm beginning to feel sad. I have low mood. So that process is ongoing. My affect can also affect my thoughts. Okay, I feel sad. Because I feel sad, I think I am on love. Okay, so that is how it goes. Communication goes between our thoughts, affects behavior, and our physiology. All right. So this thought that is happening to you, I'm going to the next phase, which is not in my slide. So these changes that are happening, it's causing you, has happened for a certain time period. So someone say, oh, if today I'm sad, it's fine. Tomorrow I'm sad, it's fine. But you are sad for consistently almost every day for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, then you are crossing the borderline. Because everyone expects that sometimes you'll be sad. Okay? In fact, if you are not sad, you are always happy. Even that one, there's a question mark. You are always happy, jumping over the... You are never sad. Even that one, there's a question mark. So everyone expects that you'll be sad once in a while. But for you, you are sad almost every day, nearly every time, for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and you are sad. You are crossing some line. Good. So the time matters. So for how long have you been experiencing these changes in your thoughts? So bear in mind the time or the duration. So these changes that are happening to you, it's also probably causing you distress. You're worried. Other people are worried about you. Again, the time is very important. It has happened for a number of times. So that's why I'm saying that the whole definition is not done yet until these things can be clarified. Okay? So it has happened to you for a number of times. Changes in affect. Your behavior has been like that for some time. People have watched that. You don't dress well anymore. You don't care about things anymore. When you are giving work, you make plenty mistakes, which is very much unlike you. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Okay? Good. Then behaviorally, the same thing. Time or duration, it has happened for some time. It's causing you distress. It renders you dysfunctional. That is the other thing. So you are dysfunctional, but the changes that are happening to you, realize that these changes that are happening in my thoughts, my affect, my behavior, and even my body renders me dysfunctional. Dysfunctional academically, dysfunctional in my work, dysfunctional in my social life. I can't relate to people anymore. And dysfunctional in every area, occupational life, in every area that you can think about. Or again, the duration, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 weeks. In fact, mental health illness is diagnosable by the time your symptoms cross 6 weeks and above. Then it is known that, they say, Ajigo. Good. So we have talked about what? The dysfunctional. And then the changes that are happening to you is deviant. Okay? So when we say deviant, that means it's out of the norm. Out of the norm. Okay? It deviates from the norm. So for instance, everyone expects that, like I mentioned, you'll be sad. Or everyone expects that if your father, your mother, or someone close to you dies, you would cry. Or you'll grieve. So it happens 1 week, 2 weeks. Remember, we are talking about the duration. 3 weeks, time period. Hey, 1 month, sister, you are still crying. 6 weeks, 2 months, you are still grieving. It has gone beyond the norm. You have deviated from the norm. Then people begin to pay attention to you. Maybe something is happening to this young lady. Because as soon as we hey, brother, for how long? Okay. So again, the duration. And the sooner we soon cry, it has become distress to other people. It's causing other people distress. People are worried. What is happening to me? So you have deviated from the norm. Okay. That tells that there's something going wrong with you. So you may have to seek intervention. So we have clarified these things. else can we say is happening to you and can be said to be a mental health disorder or mental health illness? Mental illness, sorry. So let's assume that there are changes happening in your sleep patterns, the way you sleep. So hours of sleep that you get. So we have clarified the time. I want you to keep that in mind because those are the determining factors if you have a mental illness or not. How long it has happened. How dysfunctional it renders you. The distress it causes you or other people. And then how it deviates from the norm of life. So when you talk about deviation, again, I will use examples like normal behavior. We were discussing when we were in a car. Normal behavior, like I cited about grieving. Then the other one, in our culture in Ghana. So normal behavior or abnormal behavior is cultural specific. So let's assume that you go to Scots or Scottish, wear skirt. Men wear skirts. In our culture, do men wear skirts? Okay, so in our culture, normally, that's the word, normal and abnormal. In our culture, when a man wears skirt, eyebrows are raised, right? I remember there was a time, Paul Adum Autry wore a very nice tailored skirt with something, and appeared somewhere in Parliament or society. All eyes were, and then I hear there's another guy with some weird fashion sense. Is it called Osebo or something? Osebo Zaraman or whatever they call him. Mental health practitioners may clarify you as someone with a mental health illness. Ajigon, some wires are not touching somewhere. Good. So when you take culturally, what we see as the norm, there are cultural norms that applies within our culture. So some behaviors within our culture is accepted. So you may not be said to have a mental health disorder or anything of that sort. But once you take it into another culture, it may be acceptable. So when we talk about what is deviant or abnormal, it is cultural specific. Okay, good. So I was going to some of the symptoms that you may have. That may be an indication, common basic symptoms, an indication that you may have issues with mental health or mental illness. So there are changes, again, I'm talking about the changes in your sleep patterns. Sleep. So maybe you used to enjoy, what is the normal hours of sleep? 8 hours. They say, how many of us here sleep for 8 hours? Okay. Maybe you're not sleeping for 8 hours because of your phone, young generation and other stuff. But let's assume that you're not sleeping for 8 hours. Your sleep is 3 hours. 2 hours. So when you come to therapy, we'll ask you, how many hours were you sleeping before? You say, I used to sleep for 6 hours. Now I sleep for 2 hours. And how long has it been? It's been like for 6 weeks, 5 months. Remember the time I talked about, the duration. And so you have changes in your sleep pattern. So you are either sleeping more or sleeping less. If you are sleeping less, we call it what? Insomnia. If it is more, hyperinsomnia. You sleep, even when you are waking up. You wake up and you go back. They say, now when you come to work, you are sleeping. At home, you are sleeping. You are eating, you are sleeping. Sleep. Everywhere you are sleeping. And sleep takes away your normal life. Remember that the sleep renders you dysfunctional because all you are doing is sleeping. You lack the motivation to wake up to do anything. Or you are sleeping less, which is insomnia. Again, there are too many things on your mind. So there are changes happening in your sleep patterns, in your eating patterns, appetite. So you are also either eating more or eating less. Okay, so if you are eating less, again, the changes happen in your weight. So you are either losing weight because you are eating less. Or you are gaining weight because you are eating more. When some people have depression or anxiety or stress, they use food as pacifier. So you see that they are just eating. Hey, what did you on me? No. Okay? So changes are happening in your eating habit, your appetite. And changes are happening in your weight, like I connected. You are gaining weight, you are becoming bloated. People cannot understand, but you know that there's something happening to you. Or you are losing weight. Slimia now slimming. Also, when you are HIV AIDS, you don't have AIDS, but you are just slimming. Then there are changes happening in your work habits. You are making lots of mistakes, which is unlike you. Lots of mistakes in your work. You know that this is not me. So changes are happening in that area. Changes could also be happening in your, so I'll talk about weight. Changes could also be happening in your perception, which is thought that we talked about. Weight gain, I've talked about weight, I've talked about what? Sleep. I've talked about your eating, concentration. You lack focus, which is again very much unlike you. Maybe you were a very purposeful person, goal-oriented. You will plan things before you do them, but all of a sudden realize that you have lost focus, you've lost concentration, you've lost motivation for life. That is an indication that there is something happening to you. Again, remember the time, the duration, the dysfunctionality, the deviance. Those things should be ringing in your mind. And it's happened to you for a number of times. Another area could be in your performance, which I think I've mentioned also earlier. So the changes are happening in those areas. Good. The rest, I'm sure we'll leave it to questioning time. So I have talked lightly about the changes. Now, how does all this happen? Since you are scientists, I'm sure you understand the biopsychosocial model, how mental health disorder happens. So this is applied to mental health. I'm trying to run off because of time. So mental health happens as a result of interactions between these three factors: biological, social and environmental, and then psychological. Okay? So biologically, genetic predisposition. Maybe there is a mental health history, mental illness in your family. That is why in years gone past, before you marry, they say, oh, we have to go into the family and find out. These days, we meet at the streets and marry in the church. So families will go into the background and find out what kind of illnesses. That is how come in years past there was matchmaking, arranged marriages, because they want to find out whether there isn't any story of mental illness and stuff in the family. So if there's someone in your family with a mental health disorder, you are likely to have a mental health illness. And if you are twins, the likelihood that you would have, if one already has, it's also quite high. So genetic predisposition, I won't spend a lot of time because this could take a lot of time. We want to stick to time. Physical health, like I explained here, physiologically, your physical health could also predispose you to a mental health condition. Effects of medication. Okay, and now I'll trace my steps back when I talk about effects of medication. So I talked about changes that happens to us. And I want to step on this and step back and talk about the changes that may be happening to us. So those changes, there are three criteria that we can draw out, which may clear out the fact that this may not be a mental illness. One, the change that is happening to you is not as a result of a medical condition. Because some medical conditions can predispose you to changes in your thoughts, in your emotions, and then in your behavior because of the condition. Okay? So the changes that are happening to you is not as a result of any other medical condition. It's not as a result of substance abuse. Those of you who share things. So the changes happening in your thoughts, you have not gone to smoke some ganja, and so you are seeing every human being like tutu. Or seeing human beings like trees. So that change is not as a result of what? A medical condition, a substance abuse, or the effect of medication. Because some medication side effects can give you changes in your thoughts, in your affects, and then in your behavioral reaction. So the doctor will have to rule out that this medication you are taking is not giving you the changes that I described earlier. And then brain or neural changes. These are scientists, I know you know. So maybe some neurons are not firing properly. Maybe you've had traumatic brain injury along the line. So it changes how your brain functions, and it can give you mental health disorders. Then we come to the social and environmental factors. Cultural beliefs, roles and expectations. Socioeconomic status, poverty, ohiapopro can give you mental health disorders. You know, is it ohiapopro they say it? Me, I'm an Igbo woman, so sometimes I know. Then interpersonal relationship, pure interpersonal relationships. At work, sexual harassment, bullying, and all that. Poor interpersonal relations can give you mental health illness, again for a long duration of time. Then we have orientation. How are you oriented to see life? How are you oriented to see the things that happens to you? Some of us have been oriented to think that we should only experience good things. And so should bad things happen to us, we can't handle them. Your orientation in life can predispose you to a mental health situation. Then childhood trauma. Trauma could come in various forms. Maybe you were raped as a child. Maybe you were an abandoned child. So many things contribute to childhood trauma. And that can also predispose you to mental health illness. Near-death experience. How many of us have ever had a near-death experience? You almost died. Accident or anything, or something severe happened to you at birth or along the life stages, it can predispose you. Loss or grief, somebody you love so much, all of a sudden just fizzled out. And that can also cause you mental. Belief systems, like I mentioned before, cultural beliefs that makes it difficult for us to free ourselves. I must obey this. Customs, taboos, they can also predispose us to mental illness. Self-esteem, how I feel about myself. Poor or lack of coping skills. Remember, we came from the World Health Organization. You must have the ability to cope with the normal stresses of life. If you don't have the skills to cope, so my sister will teach us how to cope. It can also predispose you to mental conditions because you are worried. You don't know how to handle the situation that has happened to you. And so you are just thinking. You don't know what to do. You can predispose. Then social skills deficits. You don't know how to relate to people. Social skills, basic social skills deficits. You don't know how to be nice to people. You don't know how to be courteous. You don't know. So everybody is having problems with you around. That alone can give you mental health issues. I'm hearing some whispers. Okay, let me quickly move to the last few. So common mental health disorders. Anxiety, we saw it a few minutes ago. Depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, addictions. Some of us are addicted to our phones. In fact, the new DSM that is coming has phone addiction as a mental health disorder. It's coming. When you can spend, some of you can spend a minute without your phones. It's an addiction. Bipolar disorder, substance abuse disorders, personality disorders, sexual disorders. Those are the basic sexual. You are experiencing doomsday. It can happen. You know. These are your laughter tells me that you know what doomsday is. All right, so in the workplace, what would be some of the sources of mental health illness or mental health concerns? Relationship problems with superiors or colleagues. And that's the social skills deficits I talked about. Or sexual harassment. Someone is harassing you sexually. Bullying. Work, family, unresolved conflicts. So there are conflicts within the workplace, at home, that you carry with you to the workplace. Risks of exposure to disease. I know this place, you do a lot of science, a lot of research, maybe in the laboratory. You are scared of being exposed. Upload postings on transfers. I don't know how it happens here, but in some working environments, you are just posted anyhow. If your boss comes and sees your face today, say, today your face doesn't look nice. So you go to another office. Bureaucratic constraints. performance pressure. I must perform. There's that pressure, especially if you have an unfriendly boss. There's so much pressure on you to perform. And so that can also predispose you. Poor job prospects, I'm ending it soon. Poor communication or unclear tasks and objectives. So maybe the tasks have not even been cleared out to you properly. You don't understand the work that you have to do. And unfortunately, you can't even walk to your boss to ask, what do you expect me to do? That alone can give you stress, anxiety. Because once you see the work, hey, I had a colleague who said anytime she sees her boss, she gets panic attacks. That alone can give you. Then occupational hazards, unkind staircases, chemicals wasting on you, things that happen to you within the working environment. And then finally, retirement-related anxiety. So those who are approaching retirement, and and I have no job, they don't know what to go and do after retirement. It happens to a lot of people. So sometimes we give like retirement, preparation towards retirement as mental health education, what you can do with your life when you go and retire. That alone creates anxiety for a lot of people who are approaching retirement. If you have worked for 20, 25 years, you know that, hey, I am getting there, and you start preparing to pack your things and go. So those are some of the things that can cause anxiety, stress, depression, or any other mental health issue within the work environment. Thank you so much for your attention. So my sister Dorcas would come and take you through how you can cope with some of these conditions.
Thank you, Sena. I will continue from where Sena left off. So what Glenn Close said about mental health is that, I quote, when mental health needs is more sunlight, more candor, and more unshamed conversation. My session will be more of practicals. I would like to show you things to do when you are depressed or anxious. I will talk about 7 ways to maintain good mental health. We have self-love, realization techniques, grounding techniques, journaling techniques, forgiveness, strong social support, then seeking for professional help. Under self-love, why do we need self-love? Self-love helps us to add value to ourselves. It helps us to respect ourselves and also love others and respect others. From the definition of WHO, no, we need to love ourselves, we need to love others. We need to respect ourselves and others as well. And what does it do? It also entails how we treat our thoughts and our feelings. There are so many ways to show self-love. One of the ways is being compassionate. Be compassionate to yourselves. Love yourselves. Get up, look in the mirror, look at your face, eyeball to eyeball, and tell yourself, Dorcas, you are beautiful. Don't wait for somebody else to tell you you are beautiful. Gentlemen, tell yourself, look at... Hello? Tell yourself, I love my body. I love everything about me. Don't wait for people to tell you. And the more you keep saying words of affirmation, it becomes part of you. You accept it and it becomes you.
So when you are outside there and the ladies, a gentleman meets you and tell you are beautiful, what's too much about it? What? You know it already. You know you are beautiful. And the gentleman too. You don't wait for the ladies to tell you are handsome because you know it. Your mirror has been telling you. And as you are doing this exercise, look in the mirror where you can see your face, eyeball to eyeball. Just look at yourself and look at all the things you have on your face, your body, everything, your makeup, and accept it. You need to accept yourself. If you don't accept yourself, no one will accept you. Or I'm lying. Yeah. If you are unique, nobody can be Dorcas. Dorcas can never be Ajwa, and Ajwa can't be Dorcas. So I need to accept myself as Dorcas, and she also needs to accept herself as Ajwa. When you do that, it takes away anxiety and a whole lot of things, stress from you. Because you won't go and compete with somebody if you accept yourself. So we start by being compassionate. Words you will not tell your friends, don't say it to yourselves. Don't tell yourself. You will never look at your friend and tell your friend you are ugly. So why do you tell yourself, as for me, I'm ugly. There is nothing good in me. You always see good in your friends. So see the same good you see in your friends in yourself, and you will accept yourself. Another thing, the way you package yourself will let people respect you or not. When we go to Medina Market, they sell tomatoes there. When we go to ShopRite, they sell tomatoes. Are they the same prices? No. What is the difference? The packaging. All the tomatoes, we grind them. We eat Medina tomatoes, we eat ShopRite tomatoes, but they are not the same price because of the way ShopRite's own is packaged. So if you package yourself well, people will respect you, and you get that sense of belongingness. At times you say, as for these people, they are higher than me, so I can't be among them. What makes them higher than you? They are human just like you. All the body parts they have, you also have. So why can't you accept yourself and add some value to yourself, some worthiness to yourself, so that you feel you are also worthy and you are also to be accepted. Another way of showing love to yourself is to sleep well. Sleep well. Have enough sleep. Don't say that, as for me, I sleep only 2 hours. Why are you sleeping for only 2 hours? You don't love yourself. If you love yourself, you will sleep. You have enough sleep. If you love yourself, you will pamper yourself. Know that when you die, you are going with this body. You won't go with your car. You won't go with your house. You go with your body. So love yourself and pamper yourself. Sleep well. Dana body ne nane. You know, babies sleep well. So they get nice skin. You look at somebody's skin, say, hey, look at their skin. This one, the person has been sleeping well. Why don't you sleep well to get that skin? So get enough sleep. Because if you don't get enough sleep, you become vulnerable to stress and anxiety. If you look at mental health, it looks like all the changes, all the challenges in mental health surround depression, anxiety, and stress. And if you don't poverty, and if you don't sleep well, you'll be vulnerable to stress and anxiety. So you need to sleep well. And we also know that when you sleep, you get fresh memories. You are able to memorize things. After reading them and sleeping, immediately you finish. If you want to memorize, try it. If you want to memorize something, read it over and over and sleep. By the time you wake up in the morning, you'll be able to recite that thing. So we need to try it. Yeah, so we need to sleep very well. And when we sleep well too, the body restores our energy level. We release some hormones when we sleep. Some neurotransmitters are released when we sleep. So it's better we have enough rest. Another way of self-loving is through physical exercise. Exercise. Don't be lazy. We live sedentary life, and it's affecting us even mentally and physiologically. People don't work. People don't do anything. All they do, they eat, they sleep, they work. That's all. We need to exercise. When we exercise, we release endorphins. And endorphins are feel-good hormones. It makes you happy. You know, mostly athletes and footballers, we keep saying they are promiscuous. Why? Because when they exercise, they release the feel-good hormones. So we all need to exercise. There are so many ways of exercising. And exercise is even a natural means of a stress reliever. You don't use money to exercise. You can walk. You can walk. You can take about 1,000 steps a day, 10,000 steps a day, or 6,000 steps a day. Walk. Don't be driving. You can park your car somewhere and walk. It's a way of exercise. And exercise is good for the muscles and bones. You know, at times you'll be having some aches. And the aches, the only way the aches will go will be to do exercise. That's why we go for physiotherapy. When we go to physiotherapy, what do? We go there to exercise. So please, let's exercise if you want to work on our mental health. The ways of loving ourselves. The last one is healthy diets. If you exercise, your energy level goes up and you are able to enjoy your sex life. So gentlemen, try it. You get free blood flow. When you exercise, your blood flows freely and you are able to enjoy your sex life. So please exercise if you want to enjoy your sex life. Healthy diets. We always have to eat balanced diets. If you love yourself, you will not put in junk food. You will not be feeding on fizzy drinks, alcohol, and the rest. Because you love yourself. So you put in good things to keep the hello. So if you love yourself, you will eat well. You will eat nutritious food. You know, when we eat, we lack some vitamins and minerals, it predisposes us to depression. And high fiber foods also help us with anxiety. So please, let's eat nutritious meal. We shouldn't eat anyhow. Even the body is yours. Why should you put in things that will not help the body? If you love yourself, you will eat very, very well. You eat well to improve your memories as well, your mood and your sense of well-being. Now let's move to relaxation techniques. There are a whole lot of relaxation techniques. We will start with, but I'll talk about only 4 relaxation techniques. Relaxation techniques are tools that we use for the treatment of stress, anxiety, and anger. And it helps us to unwind and quiet our mind. It also helps to lower blood pressure. The first one we will talk of is breathing exercise. But this one will be practical, so we all do it together. There are a whole lot of breathing exercise, but I will talk of 2 types of breathing exercise. The first one is the diaphragmatic breathing in exercise. So let's try it. put our palm on our tummy. Oh, we can sit, we can stand. Deep breathing can be done at any time. The one on your chest. Please sit upright. If you want to stand, you can stand. If you want to sit, you can sit. In an upright position. Okay. So this time, as we breathe in, please watch me. You know our normal breathing in, when you breathe in, your tummy enters, and when you breathe out, it comes. But this one is the opposite. When you breathe in, your tummy needs to come out. So you feel it with your palm. So let's go. In. Out. Let's go again. Hold your breath, please. In. Be like a balloon. Out. Again. In. Out.
If you hold your breath for a long time, that means your heart is not in the right.
Then the second one is the lion's breathing in exercise. Lion, or the aha breathing in exercise. That one is just like the way lions are, but I can't do it here. I'll just do my, and it helps with your face. It helps with the facial muscles. So this breathing, feel like this on your knees, sit on your knee, cross your legs at the back. You cross your legs at the back. You can put your hands down like the way lions are. Then you breathe in through your nose. But this time when you are breathing out, you bring your tongue out to touch your chin. Say, it's not sitting. It's not sitting. Sorry. But the most important one is when you so that yeah, I think you can find it online. So that one you breathe in. Let's breathe in. Ha. Have you seen it's interesting? So when you are anxious and you do this kind of breathing in, it will relax you automatically. It will relax you. Hello. Let's try it again. Let's try it. Breathe in. Ah. So if you are doing it well, you hear the sound ha. So they call it aha breathing in exercise. And lion because you sit like a lion. The posture is like a lion. And aha because when you are breathing out, it comes ha. The next technique is the progressive muscle relaxation. And this one also reduces tension and anxiety in stressful situations. Like you know you are going to make a presentation, you are going to have a presentation, or your boss calls you impromptu to do something that you are not prepared for and you are anxious, you can just use about 2-3 minutes to do this exercise. And I'm going to demonstrate it as well. This exercise, it comes with, oh, people will not see me, okay. It comes with tightening your muscles, where at times you squeeze, at times you clench your fingers and the rest. So you can start from the head to the feet, or from the feet to the head. So if we are starting with the feet, it will go this way. Those at the back you will not see. Okay. No, I want to stand. No, my feet. I want my feet to show. My. Good. Thank you. Okay, so this one goes like this. You tighten your feet, the toes. First, let it go up. Then you tighten it for some time. You move to your calf. Tighten the calf. Release it. Move to the thighs. Squeeze it. Squeeze your thighs. You know, when you do this, it even works on your back. If you have back pains, it releases you from that pains. It will relieve you from that pain. Release it. Tighten your waist. Release it. Your tummy. Release it. Your arm. Release it. You clench your fingers. Release it. Your neck. So if you have back pain, you feel it. This one releases tension. So wherever part of the body that is tense up, when you do this form of exercise, it releases it. Your head. Release it. So this exercise helps with our muscles. No, at times your muscles are tense and you would not even know it. So when you do this, it calms you down and brings you to the moment, and you are able to perform whatever you have to. The next technique is meditation. For meditation, we all know how to meditate. So I will not talk about meditation, but meditation puts us in a calm, focused mood, because you are there, you are not being around, your mind is not moving around, you are focused. Meditation helps you to be focused, and it helps with dealing with anxiety. Visualization. Visualization, we would do an exercise on visualization if there is more time. So I won't talk more on visualization, but it uses the power of the mind to involve positive moods, and it helps to improve our mood. We will do an exercise on it if there is more time. The next technique to talk about is grounding techniques. Grounding technique basically is being at the moment, in the present. At times our mind moves around, we keep thinking about a whole lot of things, so you are not able to focus on one particular thing. You wouldn't know what you are doing, but you know that you are not of yourself. Your mind will be moving around. But grounding techniques or grounding exercise, it brings us to the moment. Times we think of the past, our past haunts us, and it makes us anxious. We think of the future. We are scared of the future, also making us anxious. But What can you do to the past? You don't have control over the past. The past, the mistakes you've done them. You can correct them. The future, you don't know what is in store for you. Even you don't know whether tomorrow will come or not. If Jesus is coming today or not, you don't know. Why should you worry yourself of the future? But you have the present. And if you are able to take control over the present can have influence on the future. With the past, there is nothing much you can do. So you need to stop thinking about things that the past mistakes you've made and what somebody was supposed to do and did not do. There is nothing you can do about that. You don't have control over the past, but you have control over the moment. And there are 2 techniques I will talk about with this technique. This technique is very simple and it's accessible at any time and wherever you find yourself, you can do it. We do the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 technique. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 technique. It helps us to reconnect to our immediate environment. So the 5, let's look around. With the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 technique, you use the senses, the 5 senses. You are going to look around for 5 things we can see, 4 things we can touch, 3 things we can hear, 2 things we can smell, and 1 thing we can taste. So let's look around. I can see a gentleman here. I can see a table. I can see the screen, a chair, and I can see myself. So I have 5 things. We can all do it, so let's all practice it. Let's look for 5 things we can see. Then 4 things we can feel. Yeah, or touch. I can touch this. That. I can touch my dress. My skin. Yeah. So have you seen it's bringing us to the moment? Now we are not thinking about things. It got to a time maybe we lost concentration. But by doing this, it's bringing us to the present, to the moment. 3 things we can hear. I can hear people making noise. Yeah. Wind blowing, yeah. AC. So let's hear 3 things. Or smell. Smell 2 things. Fragrance. I can smell my own perfume and I can smell somebody else's own. Yes. Then the taste. You are chewing a gum. So you can taste something. So when we do this exercise, it helps us to be in the present. Maybe you have done a mistake. You wrote a paper or you did a presentation that did not go well. And you've been thinking about it. You don't know what to do. When you start doing this technique, you easily forget about it. And it will help you to prepare for the next presentation. Because what you will do now has influence on what will happen later. Mindfulness. Mindfulness is also a way of retraining our mind into the present moment. When we talk about mindfulness, you know, at times our minds wander around, but you can retrain your mind. It's the mind that controls us, but there are times you can control your mind. You can control what you think of. If negative things are coming to mind, you can control it by reframing it into positive. So mindfulness is a form of exercise that helps us to retrain our mind into the present. So let's say I want to do this, I want to do that. The negative thing starts coming to mind. The thing you are going to do will not work. It will not, you will not succeed. You can't do it. People have tried it, they did not succeed. If you use mindfulness, it makes you focus. You sit down, you think about it, you take charge over your mind. So this time, you control the mind. Mind, you are not going here this time. You are with me present here. And this is the way I'm going to reframe whatever I'm going to say. And you know, we have perceived stress. There are things that we perceive stress. I think about 80% of perceived stress do not come to pass. We think of a whole lot of things that stresses us, but those things do not come to pass. So when you do mindfulness exercise, it helps you reduce perceived stress. The next technique is grounding. Oh, sorry. Journaling. Journaling is simply writing down your thoughts and your feelings as you navigate your everyday life. And why do we do this? It helps us to gain meaningful insights. With journaling, we are going to talk about 2 ways of journaling. The gratitude journal, then the rage journal. The gratitude journal, every day we need to be grateful for one thing. At least one thing. You have woken up. Some people slept, they did not wake up. So far as you are alive, you need to be grateful. You think nobody thinks of you. But when you got to the workplace, you got somebody to greet you. The person thought about you. You think the world is coming to an end. There is no hope for you. But something will come up which is positive. When you are going through depression or you feel lonely, you feel neglected, jot down something that you are grateful for in every particular day. Every day, jot just one thing. So about a week or so, bring all together and go through it. It will give you joy. It will give you hope. It will make you feel that you are loved. The rage journal. The rage journaling is a way of expressing our emotion at places where you will not be judged. You get very angry. You want to react to a situation. And the things that will come out of your mouth, maybe you will regret later and you can't take it back. But you can use journaling to write down all what you are going through before you respond to the issue. No, mostly we don't respond to issue, we react to issue. So we do things, then we regret later. If you have a rage journal and you keep writing down things that you do not like, by the time you are done, you will calm down and you'll be able to respond to the issue and not attack the person whom you think hates you. And when you are angry, you will definitely be anxious, irritating, angry, and the rest. But this will help you to calm down. Before you are done, after you are done with writing whatever was on your mind, it calms you down automatically. The next thing is forgiveness. Forgiveness we think is difficult, but it's not difficult. When you forgive, you help your own self and not the person you are forgiving. The person might not even know he or she has hurt you, and you are holding it strongly against the person. When you are angry at somebody, it's like the person putting a saucepan on fire and asking you to hold the saucepan whilst he leaves you. So you are there holding the saucepan. It will get to the time the heat will be, your hand will be burning. It will even enter your heart. So if you don't forgive, you can fall sick physiologically. You can be sick. You can get hypertension. We need to forgive. And it takes energy to be angry at somebody. The energy you can do for something, you can use to do something better, you use it negatively. So we need to replace negative energy like resentment, anger, hostility for positive energy like love, empathy. Why did the person hurt you? You don't know why. If you have empathy for the person, if you are in the person's shoes, maybe you would have done more than what the person did to you. So let's learn to forgive, because unforgiveness affects our mental health. The last but one is social support. We all need friends and family. We need social support. No one is an island. We lean on our friends when the need arise. We ask of help from our friends and our family. When you are grieving, you don't grieve alone. You get people surrounding you, helping you. People grieving with you. When you need help, you call your friends, you fall on them. We should all join Old Students Association. Join community associations. Be friendly. Nobody is an island. Even we human beings, we are made up of 3 faculties: body, psyche, and spirit. They all work together. The body cannot work without the mind. And the psyche also cannot work without the body. So we need friends. Make friends. Don't be antisocial. Our social support will help us build on our emotional intelligence. So please, and now we all know that emotional intelligence is even better than IQ. So we need friends. Make friends. What does it take to make friends? Hi, you look good. I like your hair. That's it. That's it. As simple as that. Oh. Our social support helps us with our emotional support. Because if you are going through grieving right now, who will help you? Or even if you deliver right now, who will help you? If you don't have a strong social support. So strong social support helps us with our emotional support. And it also helps us with our instrumental support. Oh, I want somebody to go to the market and get me these things. I want somebody to buy this for me. I want somebody to send this out there for me. If you don't have friends, who will do it for you? The same social support helps us with informational support. Something might be going on in the office you wouldn't know. It's your friend who will tell you. It's your friend who will tell you, today we are having to say so day. So we are supposed to dress in this way. So please, let's all make good use of our social support. It shouldn't be gossip. And as I talk about social support, it doesn't mean that you should befriend people who are toxic. There are people who are toxic. When you are with them, they only drain your energy. Always talking about negative things, nothing positive. Make friends with people who encourage you, people who motivate you, people who can criticize you when you are doing something wrong. I always say, if you have a friend and your friend is not able to criticize you, or your friend is not able to point out to you when you do something wrong, just leave the friend. It's not a good friend. Your friend needs to add value to you, and you also need to add value to your friend. We should leave these pastors who say your family, your mom is a witch, your dad is a wizard, everybody is something, something. If your mom is a witch, she could have chewed you up when she gave birth to you, or she could have aborted you. So, and even if, let's assume the people around you are all witches. So they are in darkness. If they are witches, they are in darkness. And you are the only one who is not a witch. So you are light. Where there is darkness, when light goes there, the light will definitely overshine the darkness. So if they are witches, help them to come out of it. Don't neglect your family. If the need arises, it's the family that you fall on. If something should happen to you right now at the workplace, they will call your mom or your dad or your sibling. So cherish family. The last of it is seek professional help. From all the symptoms Senna talked about, and from Senna's work, we realized that we learned a lot of disorders and illnesses. There are times that only psychotherapy can help, but there are disorders you need medicine. So when you seek for professional support, that is where the psychologist or the counselor can refer you to a psychiatrist who can give you medication. And let me add this one to it. If you are given medication for mental illness, don't feel ashamed or don't be stigmatized. Take it. When those who have diabetes and the rest, they take their medicine and they go to work. We have medical doctors, surgeons who are on mental health, mental drugs. They take it and they go to theater, they operate people, they don't kill them. So please, when you are given medication, take your medication and also do whatever assignment your psychologist or your counselor gives you. Conclusion. I think we can all read. Mental health is essential for overall well-being, covering emotional, psychological, and social aspects of life. Cultivating openness and sincerity in discussing mental health is crucial to breaking stigma and promoting understanding. Let's continue to prioritize mental health, support one another, and create a culture of compassion and acceptance. Thank you. Should I continue with the exercise I wanted us to do, or we should finish with it? Feet firmly on the ground. We are going to do, but close your eyes, please. We are going to do body scan. And body scan is, we want to be aware of the tension in our body, so we will release it. So as and when I talk, you just do what I say. Relax. Breathe in. Use any breathing exercise you like, the one you feel comfortable with. Breathe in. Out. Slowly. In. Out. Slowly. Now let's start with our body scanning. Start from the toes. Think of your toes. Let it be firmly on the ground.
We are walking through the body. Attention should be on our ankle. Breathe in. Out. Let's walk to the calf. We are walking. Now at the knee. Feel relaxed. Move in. Think of your thighs. Your waist. Let's go inside the body. The pancreas.
Hello. We will not get our benefits. Oh.
Let's walk through. Which part of your body feels tense? Don't say it. Just mark it. The part of the body that feels tense. Just mark it. But become aware of your breathing. Breathe in. Out. In. Out. If you can use the diaphragmatic breathing in, let's use that one. Breathe in deeply, like a balloon. Now let's deflate the balloon slowly. Out, slowly. Let's look at our liver, our stomach, things going in our tummy. If you feel any pain, mark it. Let's get to the heart. Let's stay at the heart for some time. If you felt any pain, now bring that pain to the heart. Bring that pain to the heart. Love is in the heart. Put that pain in. Let love swallow that pain. Okay, let the pain stay at the heart. Let's continue to our shoulders, our neck, our head. If there is any pain from the shoulders up to the head, bring it down to the heart level. Let love swallow that pain. Think of love, the color blue. Love. Breathe in, out. In, out. Now imagine yourself taking a walk to a place of your choice. You want to be in tune with nature, where there is water, mountain, wherever you want to be.
The place should be a place you would like to be, not necessarily where you have been to, but where you would want to be. Think of the place. Imagine walking. If it's by the seaside, feel the breeze. Walk in the sand. Touch the sun. The waves. Breathe in. Out. If it's on the mountain top, the greens, be in tune with nature. Can you hear the birds chirping? Wow. Be aware of the feeling. Feel your whole presence in the activity. Breathe in. Hold your breath. Out. In. Out. Still close your eyes. Think of the nice place you went to. Make it a reality. Think through it. Okay, by the count of 5, then we come back. Enjoy the place. If you are swimming, come out of the water. 5, 4. Take off the bikini now and dress up. Hello. Let's continue. We'll be dancing. 3, 2, 1. How do you feel? Let's share our experiences. You did it well.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Dorcas Kwashi and Mrs. Senna Gibson. So right now we're going to open the floor for questions. So anybody who has a question to ask the professionals, please you can lift your hand and I'll come to you. Okay, 1, 2. Oh wow. Okay.
So, I wanted to know what one can do if he or she sees notices in his or her friend. So I feel like stigmatization sometimes comes from people not knowing what to do when they realize their friends are going through something. So they tend to follow the norm and stigmatize them as well. So what can one do if he or she notices that his or her friend has some changes in the behavior and emotions?
Thank you for the question. When you notice that, it means your friend lacks something. There is a lack, and that lack needs to be filled. Mostly it's love. Mostly it's love.
when when people's self-esteem goes down, mostly it's because of lack of love. They know that they are not loved. They feel dejected. That makes the self-esteem goes down. So when you realize your friend is lonely, talk to the friend. First, build a rapport with the friend. If there is rapport and there is trust, the person will open up and talk to you. Show the person you are not a gossip. Show the person you are there for the person. Let the person pour out. There are times somebody just needs somebody to listen to. The person doesn't need an answer. He doesn't need a solution to whatever she or he is going through. Only a listening ear. So be there for your friend. Start the conversation and your friend will open up to you. Have I answered you?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Please, I would like to find out, in a case where maybe you know that a family member has a mental health issue, maybe dementia, does it mean that there's a possibility of you getting that disease? And can you walk to any medical institution to seek for mental health?
Okay, so like I mentioned, mental health illness runs in families, just like any other health condition. Okay, so and dementia, it's one condition, it's mostly related with age. And it gets bad. There's one thing I didn't say. Just like any other health condition, if you find that there are changes happening to you and you don't seek help, there is that likelihood that it will get bad. Don't say, I am praying. Please. I am a Christian. I believe in prayers. But if you realize that there are changes happening to you, your mind, your emotions, your body, or any other part of your being for that matter, seek help. Early help, just like you would if you have any other health condition. Because if you are detected early, you can be helped. So with dementia, you start losing your memory very early. And it progresses. So if you realize that someone in your family has a mental health condition, there are ways to help yourself delay. The thing about it is that I don't want to sound negative, but if you are exposed to that, or you start having the symptoms at a very early age, there's a way to delay dementia. That is keeping your mind very active. So if you are not reading, you don't do any, so there are activities that will give to you. So adult coloring. So the coloring that children do is one of the exercises to keep your brain very active. The puzzles on your phone, the games on your phone, it keeps your brain very active. So but of course, if you're doing it too much, remember time. Too much, then you are running yourself into an addiction, which is not advisable. So if you realize that there's a mental health condition in your family, you can walk to any, of course, if you don't have the symptoms, you don't need to. You can protect yourself with some of the techniques you talked about. You are keeping to your mental health, you are exercising, you are building a social support system. So you are doing those things to make sure that you don't derail, because you have the potential of having, I would be very blunt, I'll use myself. My mother suffered depression for a very long time because of some issues of life. And so I am very conscious of the things that get to me, because I know that there is that likelihood of me because she had a severe depression. And so I am very conscious of who I mingle with. She talk about negative friends. I'm very conscious of what I do with my time and who is around me. You have to be very conscious about it. And should you identify that you have crossed the barrier, you are really struggling with something, most of the hospitals now have specialists at the various units. So I was at LECMA for 1 year. I worked there. So LECMA, Ridge Hospital, 37, which is very close by here. University, I hear UGMCC. Yes, there are psychologists placed at those various units. Please just walk in. Like I mentioned, mental illness is just like any other illness. Don't worry about what people think about you. It's about your life and your future and the future of your children and your generations. Don't care about what people think about you. You care about yourself. Self-love, self-care. So walk in there and tell them. Sometimes you see a doctor first, and you don't have to pay anything special. You just see the doctor, tell the doctor this and this and this is what I'm feeling. The doctor will refer you to the counseling unit. They will assess you. If they think that you need medication, the psychologist will refer you to a psychiatrist. Please, being on medication is better than deteriorating. Okay? You take your medications regularly, you follow the exercises that you are asked to do, and you will be fine. There are people with, like she mentioned, there are people with mental health conditions, serious mental health conditions, who are very functional. Some of the doctors who operate on you, they may have mental health conditions, but because they are on medication, they function very, optimally. So please, if you realize that there's something bothering you mentally, emotionally, please don't keep it to yourself. Okay? Thank you.
I want to ask, I'm Henry. You made mention of deviance as I'm up on the screen. You made mention of deviance as one of the traits of someone who is mentally ill, if I could say that. But what's the fine line between deviance as a coping mechanism in a toxic environment and deviance as a mental illness? How are you able to differentiate between, and what is deviance? Like, I need some context to what deviance is in this sense.
I love that question. So deviance, like I mentioned, is something that is out of the norm, deviates from the norm. And that precedes a discussion we were having before we came here. So let's assume that everyone is towing this line, or maybe as classmates, everyone says, I'm doing chemistry. And that seems to be the norm for everyone. And you decide that, look, I am not good in math, I'm not good in chemistry, physics, I want to tow a different line. You have deviated from what everyone seems to be, but it doesn't mean that you have a mental health condition. No. So like I did mention, again, deviance, it's anything that is expected to be the norm. For instance, I cited an example. Your mom dies, for God forbid, if she's not already dead. Okay, before I'm seen as a prophet of doom. So your mom dies, everyone expects that you will mourn. Okay, and everyone expects that the mourning period, at least after a week, you eat something small. Okay, but you keep mourning. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 1 year. You are still mourning. You have not eaten. You've become tattered. Your dressing is changed and all that. That is deviated from the norm. You are not being unique. So the deviant as in being unique from the crowd is different from the deviant as in getting totally out of the norm. So that is what we'll call deviance, and which may be for a long period of time. And that is why I use the time duration, the duration. And then it also causes you distress. And it's also rendering you dysfunctional, occupationally, academically, socially. You have become dysfunctional. That is where it becomes an issue. So let me cite another example. So I remember in 83, during the hunger. So my grandmother would send my younger sister and I to cross the street for yellow corn. So at that time, yellow corn was the norm. So I remember that anytime we were crossing the street, there was a man who was in suit, fully suited, and giving everyone a salute. I thought, when you are young, I thought that, this must be a very professional, it must be a military man who was sympathizing with people who were hungry and looking for yellow corn, But after some time, I got to realize that this man probably that is out of the norm for anyone to dress in suits and standing at a junction and be giving everyone a salute. It deviates from the norm, right? So when we say deviant, it's anything that is, and I also mentioned the cultural context. So within a certain culture, it is expected that this is how you should behave. That, for instance, in our culture, when you see an elderly person, unlike today, when I was younger, when you see, as a child, you see an elderly person on a bus, you don't sit, you stand up for the elderly person to sit. If you don't stand up, you are seen as a disrespectful child. You've deviated from the norm. So, in that condition, it's seen as an abnormality. Okay, so what is the norm in society? If you are seen to have deviated from it for a long period of time, and that deviation, people are talking to you, hey, Charlie, this thing you are doing, you don't care. And it renders you dysfunctional. It causes other people distress. The behavior you are putting up causes other people distress, causes yourself distress. And then that is why we say your deviation or deviance is becoming a condition that you may have to pay attention to. Have I, or you have a follow-up question? Okay.
Thank you. I really appreciate when you brought up the cultural difference. Then my follow-up is that when your deviance is to cope, to take yourself up out of the situation, you know somebody doesn't like you, or there is a hostile environment, and you keep to yourself just to avoid, those kind of things. How then would you classify that deviance? Because I'm doing that to save me. Oh, it's noticeable that the person now doesn't, maybe the person is now to themselves. That's what I want to understand.
That it's not deviant, it's a coping mechanism. Okay? What we call deviant, again, like I say, is deviating from the norm. And not only deviating, there are other conditions. Dysfunctional renders you that deviation renders you dysfunctional. So if even I'm avoiding that person, to the extent that if that person is eating here, even if I'm hungry, I'll not go and eat there for a month, 2 months, 3 months, then it's becoming deviant. So it is no longer a coping mechanism. Yes, I may try to avoid the person, but it doesn't mean that if I'm hungry and this is the only place I'll find food to eat, because that person is there, I want go there to eat. So now you're trying to cope. It's becoming a dysfunction to yourself. You understand? So again, let's bear in mind the clarifying factors. Dysfunctional. It's becoming distressful to your own self, because if you can't eat because that person is there, that is distress to your own self. You are hungry. You have to eat. But because you are trying to cope from this negative person's behavior, you want to go and eat. Brother, Obe. Yeah. You don't care. You don't care about the person. Okay. So again, that is not deviant. No, that is not deviant. It could be a dysfunctional coping mechanism, because we have functional coping mechanisms and dysfunctional coping mechanisms. Okay. So the functional coping mechanism is one that you can live with and still function correctly. But if it's dysfunctional, then you yourself, it's affecting you. Like she mentioned, you are so unforgiving. You are bitter. And the bitterness is affecting you. You're having physiological manifestations as a result of your own bitterness. And yet you say, I won't forgive. And you are walking. And everyone is telling that your face is becoming like rapper. And you are still... Forgive me. Thank you so much.
If you are using that as a coping mechanism and it's helping you, what do you think of the society? We don't worry ourselves on things we don't have control over. What people say about you shouldn't be a bother to you. So if to you, what I'm doing is helping me and I'm satisfied with whatever I'm doing, what A is saying is none of my business.
At times we make the society dictates for us. But what has the society gotten for you? Nothing. If you should do something right, wrong right now, they will judge you. So do things that you feel comfortable with. Focusing on the society and pleasing people is one of the things that leads to mental health disorders. Because we waste our energy on things we don't have control over. Just focus on what you can control. You can control yourself from not going to that person, from distancing yourself from that person. But you can't control what Adjoa and Amma will say that now Kofi has Kofi is no longer going to Amma. So whatever Adjoa and Akosia will say shouldn't be a bother to Kofi. You know what you are gaining now. Maybe you were losing off when we were with Amma. So don't think of what people will say about you, provided what you are doing is in the right direction.
All right, I'm on the floor. Please, I have the microphone. All right, thank you very much. According to the WHO 2017, one of their reports, they established that about 10% of the African population suffers from the world's burden of mental health. According to the WHO in 2017, one of their reports that they released, that Africa alone contributes about 10% of. Is it okay?
Sorry, please, when you're speaking in the mic, when you're mentioning words with P and B, you have to be like, when you are mentioning words with P and B, it produces a muffled sound. Yeah. So let me just change the microphone.
Right. Is it okay now? We are learning. Thank you very much. I mentioned that according to WHO in 2017, their report that they released, what they mentioned was that about 10% of the African population contribute to the world's burden of mental health. So my question is that if that's the case, China, India, they are much concerned about issues of mental health. And their government spends huge sums of money to cater that social canker over there. But in Ghana, where we find ourselves, I don't know if much is being done by government. Because here is the case, we have a lot of people on the street. Maybe stress leading to depression, finally to what? Mental health resulted in that. So what do you think the government should do to at least curtail this what? This social canker? Then again, to also add up, it's... Can you hear me now?
I didn't get the question well, but were you asking what the government is doing to help mental health in Ghana?
What's Ghana?
Okay. Ghana Psychological Association has been fighting for the mental health bill to be passed. And if that bill is passed, when you go to a consulting, it's been passed now. Sorry. So now in the consulting room, there will be a medical doctor, then a psychologist. So when you come through your signs, your symptoms, the doctor will know that this case is a physiological case or a psychological case. If it's a psychological case, then he will hand you over to the psychologist. First, psychologists were not working in the hospital settings, but now they need to start. Now we have psychological units in hospitals. So when you go, they are able to refer you to a psychologist, which is the first step. The other step now is that now NHIS covers mental health. Mental health used to be very expensive because a psychologist will talk to you for less than an hour and charge over 500 cedis. And how many people can afford such a thing? But now the government has put mental health under NHIS. So if you have NHIS and you work to the hospital, you will not pay for mental health services.
Okay, thank you very much. The second part is something that I would like to share. The enlightenment that you gave to us earlier in your submission, which deals with exercise physiology. It's believed that the heart at the normal routine pumps about 5 liters per minute in terms of blood. So in exercise, it now increases to about 12.5 liters per minute at a stroke volume. And in more trained people, about 25 liters. Which means that exercise is very, very what? Important. At least 10 minutes, 15 minutes, though we have, harsh schedules, we are working, we are going here, but at the end of the day, life must so what? Go on. So if it's 10 minutes, 15 minutes that you use to exercise before you visit the washroom to wash down, it's very, very, very important because it increases what? Your heart rate, increases your stroke volume, and at the end of the day, increases what? Your cardiac output. In the mental health stuff that we talk about, currently there is an ongoing work from stress leading to depression, leading towards mental health, of which I know that maybe in the next annual research meeting, we would like to share our findings to also contribute our quota to what mental health is doing today.
Thank you very much for your submission. Please, let's stick to questions. We appreciate your submission, but I think a lot of people have things to ask the professionals. So please, let's stick to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is basically on occupational health, total occupational health. We do not have the situation where people are psychologically evaluated before they are employed into places. At least I can speak for where I work. But I'm wondering whether you, by your profession, have met organizations that have a system where people get these kind of evaluations, that the managers or the HR know that this person is at this level and that person is at that level before they are employed or maybe during the time of their employment. I'm thinking about something like the military, the police force, the fire service. Do they have any kind of evaluations like that before? And how practical is that?
Smiling at your question. So, I don't know for a fact if, so you were not examined psychologically when you were, before you were employed. Okay. So, so I don't know for a fact if that is done in any organization in Ghana. But at least I had an experience of having that where I trained as a psychologist. So even for students, before you come in, you are taken in as a student. You are examined. You go through psychological assessment. And then should it be found that you have any condition that may disturb your academic work, you are taken through therapy before as class is going on. And through that process, we discovered that many students come to school first year, depression, anxiety, self-identity issues that are likely to affect their academic work. So under that condition, you are taken through that process. And then there was also psychological assessments for workers. So I, as an individual, when I came back, I written quite a number of proposals to some organizations. The need for psychological assessment, not to sideline the individual who is found to have any mental illness, but to help appropriately place them and to determine what kind of volume of work to give to them and the time, the spacing. But unfortunately, it's been since 2019 till now. There's no response. Because in Ghana, we don't see the value of such. And many of us, to be very honest, are struggling with our performance, productivity, because there is one thing or the other bothering us. So it's of concern. And I think that should we all workers raise our voices, it should probably, I think we would also, even Ghana Psychological Association in itself, there was a time we had a seminar on that, the need for psychologists to be placed at every work unit, so that should a worker experience anything that bothers on their mental health, momentarily, because sometimes the issue could be just brief psychosis B that you are having. You are thinking some strange, brief, that you can just walk to the psychologist and say, this is what I'm experiencing at this particular moment in time, and receive some help. So we can all add our voices to it, and I'm sure that that should manifest in our various organizations, and to go a long way to help all of us. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think that the University of Ghana, when we are being employed, there is this assessment that everybody is expected to go to the University of Ghana for it to be done. I'm not sure how deep the psychological aspect reflects in that, but I'm sure that having gone through the medicals, these things are supposed to be detected. So I know for those who are being employed with the University of Ghana, it happens. When our children are going to secondary school, these things are also required, that they are supposed to come with a medical report. And from the medical report, some of these things are supposed to be. So what I want to add to it is that, some of these things, if they are well conducted, the schools and the institutions should be able to detect them. But what happens? We even refer to these medical forms. That's the question. But I'm sure today we've had more education on these things, and we know how much your association is trying to help. I think we can begin looking at those medical requests, and then making sure that if they are not deep enough, the kinds of questions that are put on them are not able to reveal, to you what the psychological issues might be regarding the person, then you can also add on, and we should be able to pick these things from there. I don't know whether it makes sense.
So, what I know for a fact is that most of those medical examinations are physiological, so you check whether you have diabetes. Sometimes they do HIV secretly and all that. But the mental health one is not. So you can detect that someone has diabetes or any other condition, but it doesn't tell you what effect this is having on the person's performance or productivity. There's no mental, so that's what I'm saying, that it's something that we can all pick up and, of course, do the advocacy and get it done. Not for stigmatization purposes, but just to help know where to place this staff, how to handle this staff, how to supervise this staff, because someone with mental health issues, their level of supervision may be different from someone who is not having any such issues. Thank you.
So, yeah. So if you know of someone who clearly has mental health issues, but the person themselves do not think they have mental health issues, how do you proceed to get that person help? Because I know someone who's sworn that people have put chips in his head. I know someone else who has issues, but they themselves don't believe they have issues. So how do you get such people help? That's my question.
That is when the social support comes in. Let's say you are with a friend or with a family member, and you see all those signs and symptoms that show that the person is having a disorder or an illness, a mental illness or disorder. But the person doesn't see it, himself or herself. You, as the friend or family member, can contact
a professional, because a doctor doesn't look for a patient. When a doctor looks for a patient, it wouldn't work. So if the person does not accept that he or she is sick, you can't treat the person, you can't help the person manage it. With psychotherapy, you are given assignments, and the assignments, you do it. The one in the situation is the one who have to do that, who has to do the exercise. Like when you go to hospital and you are given medicine, who takes the medicine? The person who is supposed to take the medicine, and not the person who sent the sick person to the hospital. So you have to help the person understand that he's not doing well. He's going through this. And the person is not accepting because of stigma. So we all need to talk about mental health and let people know that mental illness is just like any physiological illness. Like malaria. If you have malaria and you go to hospital, you are given anti-malaria drug. So if you are not performing well on your mental health, if you are poor on mental health and you need medication, you also need to go and see a psychiatrist to be given the medicine. It's not all cases that go to the psychiatrist. There are some cases that psychotherapy can help out. And if the psychologist assess and is within psychotherapy, the psychologist can help. Medical doctors give out medicine. Psychologists give assignments. It's just like the medicine. If you don't do the assignment, you won't be well. Likewise, if you don't take medicine, you can't be well. So let the person understand what the person is going through. If it's a psychosis issue, then for that one, you do your best to grab the person, send the person to a mental health institution. There, the person might be given medication for the person's mental health level to come up small so that you can reason with the person. Mental health issues, psychotherapy is talking therapy. If the person can't reason with you, how can you help the person out? Because you will be saying A and the person understands it too. That's when medication comes in. When the person is given the medication, the level comes up and you are able to reason with the person to support. I hope I have answered you.
So I think that in my presentation, I mentioned that I'm looking for the mental health art to read to you. I mentioned that there are some people who may not even be conscious that there's anything happening to them. So they may not even know that there are changes happening in their minds and their emotions. Behaviorally, something may be happening. So you may be observing that something is happening with this person. So they are in denial. I have had a client who is a medical doctor who has been in denial that he had a mental health condition. So I had to take him through this, that what I've written there, step by step, as to how there was a possibility that he had a mental health condition. He accepted to a certain degree, but he was still not willing to seek help. Now, this is what the mental health law says. So it says that involuntary treatment. So a person may take an application to court for involuntary admission and treatment of a person believed to be suffering from severe mental disorder, where the person named is at personal risk to self, to other people, or there is a substantial risk that the mental disorder will deteriorate seriously. So the person doesn't know, or probably knows, but is not willing to seek help. The law mandates you to seek a court action to send that person for treatment, because the person could be of risk to you and to other people and to themselves, because we are owned by the state. Even though I own myself, I'm a property of the state. So as long as that person could cause harm to himself, to you, or to another person, the law mandates you to bundle that person up and send them for involuntary. Thank you very much.
Okay, so mine is a bit of clarification. I've seen a lot of psychiatrists and also those who provide this psychosocial support. But many a times, you see, I see how they act. I don't know whether it's a figment of my imagination. They act like the people that they are supposed to support. So I want to find out whether it's part of your training, whether they train you to act like them, or I'm thinking that way.
I think that the best response I'll give to you is, again, from psychology, projection. Projection is when you think that whatever you are thinking or experiencing, someone else you are looking at is experiencing the same thing. So, yes, sometimes, maybe if you've practiced for a very long time, you tend to sometimes maybe want to identify with your clients. And so, act like them. But on a more serious note, there are also mental health challenges. Yes. I have to be very honest with you. Yes, there are psychologists. It's like saying that medical doctors don't have medical conditions. Medical doctors have conditions as well. So there are psychologists with mental health conditions as well. And so you may see sometimes we are just trying to imitate our clients. Or other times we may probably have the condition as well. So
okay, any other question?
Okay, thank you for the presentations. This was a fairly recent study from Australian researchers. According to them, a toxic work environment is worse for mental health than being unemployed. My question is, I want to know what is your recommendation to Noguchi to help limit toxic work environments?
So it's a study that says that a toxic work environment causes depression. It's worse in causing depression than unemployment. It's worse for mental health than unemployment. So he's asking what you could recommend to Noguchi to avoid or to reduce any toxicity around.
I think that is true. I read somewhere when I was, like I mentioned that I wrote a proposal. When I was doing my proposal, that is when I got that information, that a lot of mental health issues actually come from the workplace. There's a lot of mental health issues at the workplace. So, and again, like I mentioned, various institutions can set up counseling units at the institutional level before it. But unfortunately, at the institutional level, that's where stigmatization happens. So it is not someone within the organization who is handling that. And I would always recommend that if you have a counseling unit or a psychology unit within the organization, site it far away from the working environment, so that even if someone is seen walking into that facility, it doesn't come with a tag. And, hey, Charlie, I saw this person going to this. we have to start watching this person, critically. You see, but let's face facts. Everyone, like she said in introduction, at least 1 in 4 people have one form of mental illness or the other. So how many of us are here? So let me try. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of this 4, one. One may have a mental health condition. 1, 2, 3, 4. One may have. Okay. So that is how prevalent it is. So we can't keep pretending that it doesn't exist with us. We need to start putting in measures for people to find it easy to seek help. Okay? So, again, we throw it back to the institutions, institutional level first. Supervisors, our CEOs and bosses. Let's create an enabling environment for people who are facing basic challenges. Like, I am having marital issues at home that is affecting my productivity. I can walk to a counselor and talk about it. I'm having a bad relationship with my immediate supervisor or boss. I can walk to someone and talk about it. Or I can talk to that boss without being stigmatized or without my position being dropped. Sometimes that's a fear that maybe I love this job. If I go and say that, hey, I'm having this, I may be posted or I may be voluntarily retired or involuntarily retired, you know. So we need to, at the institutional level, create that room because it's there at the workplace. It's one of the places where people, like, I work in a government institution as well, I just wouldn't mention. You go on study leave, you come back, your junior becomes your boss. When other countries, when you study and you come back, you are promoted. In Ghana, when you go on study leave and you come back, in some organizations, you are either demoted or you are left without a portfolio. And that in itself can cause you a lot of mental health issues. And so it's there in our workplaces, you know, and we need to create room for others, for such people to find help. So we are throwing it to the door of the big men here. I see you as one of them to make room for that. All right. Administrator. Oh. Thank you, sir.
I think in your...
Mr. Administrator, the logistics too. At times when you are working, you are prepared to work, but the logistics are not there. It frustrates and it makes the working environment very, very difficult to when you find yourself in such a working environment. Look at the new hospitals that have been built. When you go to UGMC, the nurses there are different from the nurses at Kulebu. Why? Because they are all nurses, but the way they will relate to you is different from how the nurses at Kulebu relate to you, because they have access to the environment counts a lot. So please create an environment that will make working very, very enjoyable for your people.
Noted. Mine is just, my sister was saying, in every 4 persons, there's one who has a may have a mental issue. Okay. So at what stage or what level can we say someone has a mental issue? Because at every time in everybody's life, there is something mentally... Sorry, I haven't used that word though. There's something that is bothering, let's use that word favorably, anybody at any time. So at what level do we say this person has a mental issue?
Thank you for the question. We all have mental health issues, everybody. If not that, somebody will not drive on the shoulders of the road when we are all driving. And if the normal norm is that from Accra to Kumasi is 5 hours drive, why should you come and say, I used 2 hours to drive to Accra? It means we have an issue. We all have mental issues, but with the mental issues, either you are high or low,
or moderate. You always need to be from the normal. Let me put it that way. You need to be normal on mental health. And we can be normal on mental health when we try doing exercises. For the stresses, they will come. We will meet them. But when you meet them, what will be your response to it? You know you have a meeting at Tema and there is traffic on Tema, motorway. Your mental health should tell you that I have to wake up at 4 a.m. and leave the house at 5:30 if I want to beat the traffic. If you are not able to meet the time and you are late, what stops you from calling to inform the person you are going to meet that this, because of this and that, I wouldn't be able to meet the appropriate time? But at times we feel too big. And it's a mental health issue. Yes. It's a mental health issue. When you can't calm down, you need to be flexible. When you are a boss and your subordinates are not able to interact with you, how will you feel? They are doing the work for you, you are not doing the work. So if you are mentally good, you'll be nice to your subordinates so they work for you because you get the glory. They don't get the glory. But if you have an issue, you'll be mean to them and they will sabotage you. That means you have mental health issue. So look at yourself. You can analyze some of the issues, we can analyze them ourselves. We don't need a psychologist to tell you you are high or you are low. You can analyze it yourself. Let's be flexible with life.
So I'll just say, the stronger your symptoms, the more your symptoms are, the stronger they are, and the more dysfunctional they render you. That is an indication that you have a mental health condition that needs help. I think that is just so if you have more symptoms, you have you've had it for a period of time, long time, and it renders you dysfunctional. You've qualified for someone with a mental health illness. Thank you.
Please, I have a question. I have two questions. The first one is, besides expertise, what's the difference between a psychologist and a counselor? Besides expertise. And the second one is the thing with stigma and how to deal with it. Can you hear me? The thing with stigma and how to deal with it. If you have, let's say it's a natural thing with you, maybe how big you are or your height, the shape of your head, your legs, you have K-legs or something, and people see it and talk about it, that's something you really can't change. Maybe self-love is the solution, but for how long? Are you going to are you going to do self-talk forever, or like, yeah, how are you going to deal with something like that?
You've answered yourself. You've answered yourself. Yes, it's self-love. Accept yourself. Acceptance comes in here. You need to accept yourself. If I accept myself, I love myself, I will have positive self-talk about myself. Before I come to you, I know that my eyes are reset or something. I know that my nose is big or small. So you telling me it's nothing to me. I've accepted it. The stigma comes from you here. You are stigmatizing that's inner stigmatization. You are stigmatizing yourself. So you are giving people the chance to also look down on you. It's like the tomatoes, the Medina tomatoes and the ShopRite one. You can buy ShopRite tomatoes, Medina tomatoes, package it well, and sell it at ShopRite price, and people will buy it. But it wouldn't be from ShopRite. People move in our offices selling bread and the rest. Are they the same prices? Even those that are not sweet, they are the higher price. Because of what? Packaging. So package yourself well. Love yourself. Accept yourself. That is Dorcas. No matter what happens, I'm Dorcas. I can never be a queer. So I have to love Dorcas, show Dorcas more love. Maybe my hair is small. I can add something to it. I can plait it. I can wear. So you look at yourself and add value to yourself. And don't look at what people say. Like I answered Uncle's question. What people say about you shouldn't be a bother to you at all. It shouldn't be a bother to you. Don't look up to people. Let people look up to you. Don't be a follower. Be the leader. Let people follow you. When you see yourself like that, whatever they say will not affect you negatively. Difference between? Okay. A counselor is somebody who is trained in guidance and counseling. Then a psychologist is somebody who is trained, who has a first degree in psychology. Then a master's in either, we have a whole discipline. We have clinical, industrial, counseling. So we have counseling psychologist is different from counseling. A counselor doesn't have training in psychology, but a counseling psychologist have training in psychology. So but they are all under Ghana Psychological Association. A counseling psychologist cannot do the work of an industrial psychologist. It's just like medicine. They are all medical doctors. But we have surgeons, we have pediatricians, we have gynecologists and the rest. So we are all psychologists, but we have counseling psychologists, clinical psychologists, industrial psychologists, and the rest. But a counselor doesn't have training in psychology.
Hello? So I have a question. My question is a follow-up on the response that was given to Professor D'Souza. So we quoted the law saying that if I think my neighbor or somebody has a mental health issue, I could go to court, get court order, and then mop up the person for management. So what if after this then assessment is done, and then according to a psychologist who does analysis, it comes out that the person has no psychological issue, and then this person sues me that you took me to, by force, you took me to this facility for management when I don't have any problem. What happens? Thank you.
Okay, so again, before I bundle that person or seek a court order, you have observed for a period of time. Again, I keep stressing on the duration, a period of time. And the person is of harm to him or herself. So this person, you may see the person self-harming. Okay? Self-harming, maybe it's like taking a knife or knocking the head against the wall. Self-harming comes in various ways. You can see the person using a knife to hit themselves or knocking themselves, their head against the wall, or just hitting their chest. People do it somehow. They've come to a place where they hate themselves. They want to die. Or making an attempt at committing suicide. Those are real evidences. And it's happened for a number of times. And like I said, the person is causing distress to themselves, to you as an individual. If someone, for instance, your brother at home, always gets up in the morning and takes a knife and points it at you, and every time you have to run out of the house because they are pointing a knife at you, do you have any other evidence to package that person and seek an order to send the person to the mental health institution? So it's not, if you just want to pick anyone and send them there, you will be in trouble. Okay, but you have enough evidence to show that this person is not in the right state of mind. And again, let's remember, the duration, the dysfunctional, and the distress is there. They are clauses. So if you just take delight in saying that the way I see you eating these days, you have a mental health illness, I need to get a court order to get you, then you'll be putting yourself in trouble. But the changes are so significant that should you recommend that person, everyone can tell that there is something wrong with this person. Especially in the case of schizophrenia. For schizophrenia, you can see clearly that this person down and showing you there are things dangling about, then you know that there's something. So these are more significant things to see, and not just, else anyone will just get up and say, oh, you have a problem, I need to send you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, during one of the presentations, you mentioned that we should be observant so that when we see a friend who is isolated or withdrawn, we should get close and try to help that person. But my question is, there are certain people you get close, you realize that they have health issues, they are withdrawn, or they have personal problems. How do you know the difference between those who genuinely want help and those who are using their mental health issues to take advantage of you or to leverage on your sympathy? Because there are some people, they have problems and they need counseling. Others are just trying to con you to get your money, and or maybe as an excuse for mediocre performance or delivery. So how do you know the difference so that in your bid to help people with their mental health issues, you yourself don't end up being more depressed? Thank you.
I didn't get your question well. Can you please repeat yourself?
You were saying that how do you identify whether the person has a real problem or the person is using abomination? Isn't that it?
The person needs to be evaluated, and you can assess the person. It depends on what challenge the person is facing. If it's somebody who is harming others around him or her, or harming himself, that one you can seek for support for the person. If it's somebody that when you try, another case, if it's somebody when you try to talk to, the person just shun your company. You know, there are different kinds of personalities. Let me start with that. There are different kinds of personalities and temperaments as well. Some are melancholy, some are choleric, some are sanguine, some are phlegmatic. If a person is melancholy, the more you engage him in talking, you are draining energy from the person. So the person will shun your company, actually. They want, or they always want to be in solitude, because that is where they are thinkers. That is when they are able to think. So maybe the person is not ignoring you, but that's how the person is. But we are talking about the challenge when the person is sanguine, somebody who is very loud, and all of a sudden, the person becomes lonely. The person withdraws from social gatherings. That is the person we are talking of now, and not the one who is melancholy and is always in her closet. Have I answered your question? I didn't see the one who asked the question.
She wanted to understand how you are able to tell who actually has a problem or who is just trying to use the fact that, oh, perhaps I'm bipolar. So these out of pocket things, they're using your attention towards them for sympathy.
The person will tell you,
yeah, because
he's a bipolar.
Yeah, like for
How
example,
did the person know that?
They are using the fact that they have a mental illness as leverage against you, who is trying to help them. She's trying to say, how do you deal with that and how do you differentiate with that?
That's what, let the person seek for professional help. I think that will help. Since you are...
So there's an example. I have one example. Somebody uses mental health to get out of work. So you're always the one doing the person's work. Because the person is always saying, I have mental health. I think her question is, how do you differentiate between somebody who really needs help and somebody who is just using you just because of the word mental health? I have a mental illness. So you will help the person.
It happens in secondary schools. Where my daughter goes to school, there's somebody who's always saying that I have mental illness. So when there's time to work, the person also always fake panic attacks. I have anxiety. I have so always getting out of work. And then I was always telling her, get close to the person. So her question was, for how long would I be close to the person? How long would I be helping the person? Because she felt it was fake. I think that was the girl.
Let me use, okay, thank you, Ajwa. Let me use malaria or diabetes, any of the physical illnesses. When somebody has hypertension, the person is on medication. After taking your medication, you are able to do whatever you are supposed to do. So when you have mental health challenge and you are on medication, after taking your medication, you should be able to do whatever work you are given. So if the person is hiding behind the mental health, report the person to the authority. Because if you take your medication, you can be as normal as any other person. If the person is not on medication and the person is having sessions, therapies, the person should be able to work after receiving sessions for a period of time. So if a person is hiding behind mental health, you can report the person to authority. Mental health is, have you ever seen somebody who is always having malaria? If you take your medicine, you get well. So with mental health, too, a lot of people get well with mental health. It's just those with psychosis issues. They are mostly on medication for life. And it's just like diabetes too. You'll be on medication for life. If you have diabetes, doesn't mean you will not perform your work at your duty. You will. So if the person is having psychosis or whatever it is, even schizophrenia, you can take your medication and still perform.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Dorcas Kwashi and Mrs. Sana. Unfortunately, with the meeting, because Mr. Spent, if would you be able to? Okay, so anybody who would like to speak to them after can feel free, but we would have to close this meeting because it's time. So thank you so much to everybody who was able to come. Thank you so much to everybody who was able to stay. Yes.
So I'll call Dr. Quay. He will give a vote of thanks and end the program for us. Very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Susan. Actually, I think somewhere within the week, I was told of this program. And my first comment was, do we even need this? Because I'm a researcher, I'm thinking about what we have to do and not how the minds are working. If you have a bad mind and what you are doing is fine, we should go. But then I think a few minutes later, in thinking about it, I realized that this is very important. In actual fact, I think, if I'm right, Dr. Aido Makwa has been here for a long time. This is the very first time we're doing this here. And I would like to say a big thank you to herself and to the team for bringing this up. Please, let's give them a round of applause. I can see from administrator that he's learned a lot, and my question was directed to him because somewhere along the line we have to find a way of knowing who comes here to work. I think our biggest appreciations here will go to our resource people. They came in here, entered, worked with us, and became like us. And I think Professor Boni mentioned it. Some way, somehow, they know how to blend. So they blended well, and we've learned a lot. We're very appreciative of what you've given to us. It's quite revealing. I was telling Dr. Susan and Raymond at the back that I looked at my scores, and I think I'll still have it. I'll need you to sign, and I'll put a letter on it and give to director and tell her that she's treading on dangerous grounds because the guy who is giving the job to. Yeah. So all in all, it's been a good day. We have learnt a lot. On the side, because I'm the safety manager of the institute, it's come in good time because these are issues that we're looking at. Professor Bonnie is already out. He's the chair of the safety committee, and he's the one who asked the question about your blending in with your patients. Our administrator is here. I think I met the accountant on my way coming in, and he said he had to go back, so he will join online. So I'm sure he's online. If he's watching, we appreciate this opportunity. And I think I'll just say a good thank you, because even if you were thinking like me about how unimportant it is for you to know these things, if me, the very warped one, my scores are here, I won't show it to you, has changed my mind about having learning about mental health, walking into institutions and telling people that the thoughts I've been having nowadays, I think there's something wrong with it and I need help. Then I think you will also have learned a lot. We thank you all, and I was put in to give the vote of thanks, and I think I've done that. Auntie Susan, thank you all very much.
We'll join our counselors downstairs for a picture. Or you don't want to be seen with them. So thank you very much. We'll get back here at 1:45 for the final of Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. So let's have some silence. So as you can see here, I have your attention, I don't. Okay, so let's settle down. Because what I have to say is important. So as you can see here, we have 4 teams instead of 3. Exactly why I'm coming to explain. Young people. The things that you are supposed to do as young people, you are not doing. The ones that are not supposed to be doing, that's what you are doing. How many of you here have tweeted and retweeted and reposted, I am involved? Only you. You are doing it. By now we should be trending. There are some radio stations who look at the, trending, this thing. We are not trending. And we are more than 700 here. If everybody was, whatever, and posting, well, by now we'll be trending. Okay. So we have 4 groups here. What's Alpha? Huh? You're advertising your prayer group. You're not supposed to be advertising anything but NOGUCHI Quality Week. So, I'm watching you. And these days, in my days, you could do things and get away with it. All the things that I did in university, nobody has pictures to show. Very sure. Dig. You won't have pictures to show. These days, when you put up some behavior, that the next minute, you are going for a parliamentary thing as a deputy minister, and it is there, it's trending. So let's be very careful about the way we behave these days. It's important. Very, very important. Okay? So 4 groups. My quiz master is saying, so let me say what I have to say. So as you can see, there are 4 groups. And the reason why there are 4 groups is we added epidemiology to it. We said that we will not let epidemiology pay for our mistake. So, in doing our corrective action and in doing our corrective action and evaluating our corrective action, we decided that we will allow epidemiology to join. And so, that is why we have epidemiology to join. Epidemiology did not, let's not, Prof, I don't want to go into that argument. The issue about it is that, and I explained it the last time, that epidemiology benefited from our mistake, but we will not punish them for our mistake. That is it. So let's get that straight. And it is also because we are a quality unit. In the quality unit, you take an action, there's a non-conformity, you review the action, you put corrective actions into place, and then you review the corrective action, and if it is not satisfactory, you take another action. And that is what we have done. And this is a lesson to all of us, that whatever actions you take, you plan, you do, you act, you check, you act again. So these are the things that we do. As human beings, we are not free from errors. But the thing is that when you make an error, you go back to correct it. You look at the action, whether your action is enough correction. If it is not, you correct it again. And then we want to encourage all of you in this direction that you will not be free from errors, but you must make sure that you correct those errors, and you must evaluate your action when you correct them. Okay. So today, 4 groups, and we hope that we have a fantastic quiz, and may the best department win.
Hello. Kindly settle down. Thank you very much. So, yesterday, me boyfriend unko yi ntene me nko ha me ho. Me pacho. So unim say we na for quiz na me pacho. But na say my. Hello. Kindly come and have your seats.
Hello. Good afternoon to all of us. And we can see how high the energy and the morale is. The most anticipated final is here. And we are here to see who would eventually have the bragging rights for 2024. Is it going to be the defending champions from Is it going to be the defending champions from 20? From the maiden edition of Quality Week in 2023, or are we going to have a new champion? We should actually be thinking of what would happen if you win it consecutively. That is, if you do win. Or are we going to have a completely new event? A completely new situation where the winner of the face of quality also wins the quiz for this year. Or are we going to have a completely new situation? We are here to determine that. Welcome once again, welcome competing departments to the grand finale. Some few rules. On professional conduct, as has already been said, please do well to maintain professional demeanor and show respect towards your contestants, organizers, and the entire audience. I would say at this point that my ability to hear and understand the contestants entirely depends on you. And so please help us to be able to hear and hear very well. For feedback and any form of arbitration, please reach the institutional quality manager, Dr. Susan Edua Mankwa, during the competition. Please don't wait till it ends. If you have something that is pressing, see the IQM immediately. We may not have the time to deal with it after the competition. For our rules of engagement and competition, there will be 5 rounds of competition in this grand finale. In the first round, we will have the general round of questions, where questions will cut across institutional history, quality management systems implementation, biosafety, biosecurity, health and safety. In round 2, we will have the speed round, where you would have to draw the attention of the quiz master by pressing a buzzer. In round 3, we'll have the round of true or false, where you would have to respond to say whether a statement put forth is either true or false. Then we'll have round 4, where we'll have the round of the challenge, where competing departments represented a brief challenge to respond to. Then we have the final round, which is round 5, where we will have the riddles. Before we move to start round 1, we will have the departments introduce themselves. We will start from my far right, the Department of Bacteriology.
I'm Elueke Ernest, Bacteriology. My name is Charles Osei Bonsu.
The Department of Animal Experimentation.
I'm Emmanuel Kwachefianko, DVM.
I'm Emmanuel Amwakwanji, my DVM.
Department of Epidemiology.
I'm Sandra. Sorry.
Department of Immunology.
Karitsiame.
Thank you very much. Please, like I said earlier, my ability to hear the contestants depends on you. So please, let's help each other. Epidemiology, let me be sure your microphone is working.
Hello. Hi.
Okay. Thank you very much. On that note, we move to start round one. For round one, each department will have 2 attempts for a major question within an allowable time of 30 seconds. A bonus question will move in the clockwise direction for 1 attempt within 10 seconds for a bonus point of 1. On that note, we will start with immunology. Immunology, your first question. What is the most significant difference between verification and validation of methods?
Verification involves a confirmation through provision of objective evidence that requirements have been fulfilled, and then validation involves a confirmation through objective evidence that requirements have been fulfilled for an intended purpose.
Come again.
Verification of method.
We will move it in the clockwise direction to, that's clockwise, right? To bacteriology.
So verification actually refers to the process of accepting or clarifying the results, whilst validation refers to a review of the results before it is being sent out
I'm sorry, animal experimentation.
So verification.
We move to epidemiology. So epidemiology, pass, say it into the microphone so that they can hear.
Please pass.
Thank you very much. So validation is done on newly developed methods. So when the method is newly developed, what you do is called validation. However, what you do on already developed or in-use methods is what you call verification. So that is the difference between the two. We move to the Department of Epidemiology. For 1 point apiece, mention any 3 performance characteristics for verification or validation. I will not pass this question for a bonus against the risk of a department having part of it correct and part wrong, in which case you cannot give a point for a bonus. So this question will not be transferable. There are a number of performance characteristics that you would have, and these include sensitivity, specificity, accuracy, precision, limit of detection, limit of quantification, linearity, and so on and so forth. We move to the Department of Animal Experimentation. If you are ready. In accordance with institutional procedure, what is the acceptable correlation coefficient for the verification of quantitative methods? In accordance with the institutional procedure, what is the acceptable correlation coefficient for the verification of quantitative methods?
Five.
Come again.
5.
Come again. Okay, so that's 2 responses.
Oh,
okay. Thank you very much. So we move to epidemiology. Epidemiology.
10%. 10%.
Immunology.
Pass.
Pass. Bacteriology.
0.521.
The correct answer is greater than 0.975. So please refer to the SharePoint and find the SOP on evaluation, verification, and validation of methods. And I believe you'll find it somewhere there. The Department of Bacteriology. Department of Bacteriology. Again, in accordance with institutional procedure, we are still on validation and verification. In accordance with institutional procedure, how would you calculate the sensitivity of a qualitative method? What's the formula for that calculation? In accordance with institutional procedure, how will you calculate the sensitivity of a qualitative method? I checking it.
OD.
Thank you very much. Department of Animal Experimentation.
Number of true positives divided by the total number of samples multiplied by 100%.
I'll pass that. Epidemiology.
Total of true positives minus false positives over total number times 100.
I'll pass that. Immunology.
Total number of true positive plus total number of false positive divided by total number of positive multiplied by 100.
I'll pass that. The morale is still high. The morale is the final, so I'm sure you didn't expect less. It's the final. So the correct answer is total positives divided by total positives plus false negatives times 100. You said total number of samples. Invalids and those ones that are not part could also be part of total number of samples, so it doesn't make it accurate. Yeah. So we move to the next set of questions. So I believe we are going back to immunology. Immunology. Listen carefully. Which of the following mapping of process to process champion is incorrect? Which of the following mapping of process to process champion is incorrect? So it means we have processes and we have process champions. So tell us whether the process to process champion mapping is correct. I mean, which one is incorrect? Which is the wrong one? The first, document management to Dr. Charles Quay. That's the first. The second, continual improvement to Dr. Susan Edua-Mankwa. And the third, personnel management to Dr. Evelyn Yaira Boni, which is incorrect.
Document management to Dr. Charles Quay.
I'm sorry, that is wrong. And I will not transfer this question. So we move to the Department of Epidemiology. Listen carefully. Non-hazardous waste is to black bin liner, as general waste is to
white.
Come again.
White bin bag.
So that's two responses. I'm sorry, that is incorrect. So it goes to the Department of Immunology for a bonus.
So the same black color.
The same black is correct for a bonus. So we move to the Department of Animal Experimentation. DAE. Document control is to document master list, as risk management is to
risk management register.
I'll give that to you for the points. So the answer I have here is risk register, but a risk management register also passes. Yeah. Department of Bacteriology. Approval of institutional policies is to IMC. We got some correction on that earlier this week. Approval of institutional policies is to IMC. As approval of institutional SOPs is to
the IQM.
The IQM is correct for 3 points. We move to the third set of questions. The Department of Immunology. In the management of cold storage, considering the context of Noguchi, the main purpose of access control is what?
It's for biosecurity.
Biosecurity is correct for 3 points. The Department of Epidemiology. Give one difference between between a risk and a hazard.
Risks can either lead to a life-threatening issue or not. Then a hazard always causes harm.
Try again.
Risks can lead to a positive or a negative outcome, while a hazard can lead to harm.
I'll pass that, and that would go to immunology.
Risk is the effect of uncertainty, and hazard is any substance that can cause, any substance or situation that can cause harm to humans.
I'll give it to you for a bonus. So just for purposes of learning, hazard is anything that could harm or has the potential to cause harm, whilst risk is the chance that a hazard will cause harm and have serious consequences. So that's correct. We now move to the Department of Animal Experimentation. For your arrange the following. Listen carefully. Arrange the following in an increasing order of hierarchy, considering the documentation pyramid of the quality management system. You are arranging an increasing order of hierarchy considering the keywords. Carefully. These are reference numbers. These are reference MGT-001-1.0. Then MGT-F-001-1.0. Then EXT-BAC-1.0. Arrange them in an increasing order of hierarchy.
So in an increasing order of hierarchy, we have EST-BAC-1.0 goes to MGT-F-001-1.0, going into MGT-001-1.0.
You have said it very scientifically, and that is correct. So the order, if you look at the pyramid of the QMS, you are moving from down to up. You have your external documents, forms, procedures, processes, policies, and reference documents. So that's very correct. The Department of Bacteriology. In what capacity was Professor E.O. Ismon when he was the NMIM? Let me start again. In what capacity was Professor E.O. Ismon when the NMIMR was instituted?
He was the dean for University of Ghana Medical School.
That is correct for 3 points. We move to the fourth set of questions. The Department of Immunology. This is a preamble. In the monitoring of quality indicators, the Institute monitors both cross-cutting and department-specific quality indicators. Mention the cross-cutting quality indicator for the pre-examination phase.
Training of personnel.
Try again.
Orientation and training of personnel.
I'll pass it to bacteriology.
Specimen transport.
Animal experimentation.
Test requisition.
Epidemiology.
Competency assessment.
I'm sorry, that's also incorrect. So all that you've mentioned are quality indicators by no means. But for what the institute is monitoring cross-cutting for pre-examination phase is the sample rejection rate. The sample rejection rate. The Department of Epidemiology. Preamble. Examination phase.
Sample acceptance rates.
Try again.
Results released.
I'm sorry, that's not right. Immunology.
Sample check.
I'm sorry, that's also. What did you say? Okay, no, that's incorrect. Yeah. Bacteriology, please.
Number of positives.
No, that's incorrect. Animal experimentation.
Treatment failure.
That's also incorrect. I know the quality coordinators have been chasing the departments to say, let's track and monitor our quality indicators. Let's track them, and I think it's very important we do. For the examination phase, it's the quality control failure rate. Quality control failure rate. So let's do well to monitor these QIs. They are very important. So we move to the Department of Animal Experimentation. Your question. Listen carefully. What are the elements that comprise the triangle of fire?
The biohazard sign.
Radioactive and the danger sign.
That's one set. That's incorrect. Okay, so we'll pass that for a bonus to epidemiology.
Oxygen, combustible material, and then the fire itself.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Immunology.
Pass.
Thank you. Bacteriology.
Oxygen, the combustible material, and the ignition or the heat.
That's correct for a bonus. So now we have bacteriology department for the last question for this set. Listen carefully. The NMIMR, which stands for Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, is the result of joint efforts by Professor E.O. Eastmon, Professor Kenji Honda of Fukushima Medical School in Japan, and
JICA.
JICA is correct for 3 points. Shall we have a switch to the screen, please? IT. IT? Yep, thank you. So there's a preamble. We are going to show certain images. Yeah, we are starting a new set now. No. Set, not round. We are still in round one. We are still in round one. It's the final. It's the final. So there's going to be a projection, and you'll be required to identify the forms of the images that would be projected. So your question will be on the screen. Department of Immunology. Identify this form.
Sample collection form.
Try again.
Sample receiving form.
I'll pass it for a bonus. So, no, sorry, that's correct. Sample receipt form is correct.
The image is not really.
Sorry for affecting your mental health. We move to epidemiology. Identify this form.
Documents change or request form.
That is correct for 3 points. The Department of Animal Experimentation. Identify this process.
So we have the PDCA cycle.
Try again.
We have the
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll pass it to epidemiology.
Corrective action, preventive.
That is not correct. Immunology.
Process map.
Process map is incorrect. Bacteriology. It looks like they said your answer.
Root cause analysis.
That is also incorrect. Anybody from the audience who has an idea? No? This is the continual improvement process. This is the continual improvement process. So just to give you a tip, anywhere you see things like risk and opportunity for improvement and any of that, it's a PDC kind of thing, but it's a continual improvement. Yeah. The next, I believe, goes to bacteriology. It's also a process. Identify this process.
Risk assessment.
Try again.
A risk analysis.
I'll pass that to animal experimentation.
Customer feedback process.
I'll pass that to epidemiology.
Complaints and feedback form. Process. Complaints and feedback process.
Yeah, I heard that. Immunology.
Customer feedback analysis.
Okay, that's incorrect. The answers we gave were inaccurate, and that is why I didn't want to give. The accurate response is complaints management process. Complaints management process. Let's see if the next round of images would help. And I believe this goes to immunology. Identify this signage.
Fragile. Fragile.
Come again?
Fragile.
Oh, okay. That's incorrect. Bacteriology.
Say it. Pass. Pass.
Thank you very much. Animal experimentation.
Gas cylinder.
Gas cylinder is correct for a bonus. We move on to the next. The epidemic.
Danger.
It's not danger.
Irritant.
Irritant is correct for 3 points. The next image goes to animal experimentation. Identify
Corrosive.
this signage.
Corrosive.
Try again.
Spillage. Explosive.
I'll pass to epidemiology.
Spillage.
Immunology.
Explosive.
Explosive is correct for everyone. Yes, animal experimentation said explosive, but they said explosive when the bell had gone. They said explosive. Hold on. The first answer they said was corrosive. The second answer they said was spillage. And the third answer they said when the bell had gone was explosive. So that's it. So we are supposed to be penalized for breaking the rule. If we should push it, yeah. Thank you very much for your understanding. You are very helpful. So we will take the last image, which I believe would go to the Department of Bacteriology. Identify the
danger.
Come again.
A caution.
I'll give it to you for caution. One thing you should know about the safety signages, and we have as health and safety boss here, is that the shapes and colors all mean something. Yellow color, of course, is warning, but it shares a similar meaning with the orange color, which is, in fact, the yellow is caution and the orange is warning, but they all speak the same language, which is why I'll give it to bacteriology. Yeah. And on that note, we have come to the end of a very long round one. All right, so we are having the score on the board. So as we can see, at the end of round one, as you can see, immunology has a score of 9, epidemiology a score of 6, the Department of Bacteriology a score of 13. We now move on to we now proceed to the second round of competition. The second round is the speed race. A question is posed to all and not to a specific department. When you have the answer, sound your buzzer and we will test the buzzers. Shall we see immunology press your buzzer? Thank you, it's working. Epidemiology, it's working, thank you. Animal experimentation, that's also working. Bacteriology, it's also working. Now to test the accuracy of detection speed, you will all press on 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So as you can see, in addition to the colors, there are also numbers that tells who was faster or the fastest. Contestants must answer without any delay within 5 seconds when called to provide a response. The corresponding contestants will have The responding contestant will have to attempt. A correct answer will attract a score of 3 marks, while wrong answer a negative score of 1. Failure to provide a response will attract a negative score of -1. For a response under the same conditions as the first respondent.
Hello? Okay, so I believe the rules were quite, it's the same rules we've had since Monday, so I believe you are even familiar. So if you are ready, so am I, and we move to the first question in the second round. The performance characteristic in the method verification Department of Animal Experimentation.
Performance indicators.
Performance indicators is incorrect.
Performance
So this is not the riddle round, but like we said, if you get it wrong, you are out of competition for that round and you get a -1 point. So I'll continue. The performance characteristic in the method verification process, which implies consistency of results, is termed epidemiology.
Accuracy.
Accuracy is incorrect. Under the same conditions, remember?
Precision.
Precision is correct for the full mark. The second question. The record which provides proof that a given document has been read, DA.
Document attestation form.
That is correct for 3 points. The next question. In risk assessments, the factor obtained by multiplying severity by likelihood of occurrence. Immunology.
Risk priority number.
Risk prioritization number is correct. The next question. Professor Kenji Honda is originally associated with which academic institution? We have immunology.
Fukushima Medical Institute.
Fukushima Medical School is correct. The next question. Listen carefully. Room location, room type, shelf frame, shelf, box, they all have what in common? Epidemiology.
Cold room storage.
Cold room storage is correct. So for those who are complying very well with the cold room requirements, you need to know that where you keep your items in the cold room has to be very specific and the record has to be captured. If you don't follow the rule as it is, your items will not be biosecure, and we don't want that. Thank you. The next question. Kaizen is a Japanese concept, which means
continuous improvement.
Continuous improvement is correct. The next question. Indeed, others have other names for it, which includes change, change for better, good change, improvement, and so on. The next question. So, for those who have a case, let me refer you back to the rules. We said when a question, you respond to a question. I don't remember asking a question for which there was the press. So let's calm down. Yeah, it was not a question. So let's calm down. Yeah. So I am now going to ask a question. Yes. So we are now moving to the question. And this is the question. For purposes of separation and disposal of non-hazardous waste. Sorry, I'll take it again. For purposes of separation and disposal, non-hazardous wastes are identified in immunology.
Black bags.
Black bin liners is correct. The next question. One way of controlling risk is to avoid the risk. Department of Animal Experimentation.
So avoiding the risk means you are eliminating the threat, or you are eliminating the threat.
No, that's not it. So you get a minus 1 point for that. We have epidemiology.
-1.
So she said -1 for those who didn't hear. Your explanation is correct, but that is not what we are asking. That's not the question. Yeah? So for learning purposes, that is okay. But for this quiz, that is not what we are looking for. I was going to say, mention any other two. Do you know any other two? Which one? No, it's not. It's for no other points. I'm just asking. The question is done.
Oh, the press. On the same one. I saw only two.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry. Immunology.
You transfer the risk and you accept the risk.
That is correct. That's good. Oh, it's correct. The answer is correct, yeah. So for risk, there are several ways of controlling the risk. We've mentioned 3. You can avoid the risk, you mitigate, accept, you have a contingency, or you transfer the risk. The next question. When receiving samples from outside the institute during working hours, which form is required to be completed?
The sample receipt form. sample receipt form.
That is incorrect.
Which answer?
Epidemiology.
Sample tracker. Sample tracker form.
Sample tracking form is correct. So we have the last question for this round, the speed race. The institutional process which has staff training, competency assessment, staff orientation in common is which process? I will take the question again. The institutional process which has staff training, competency assessment, staff orientation, all in common is? There are no colors on the screen. Audience. The correct answer here is the personnel management process. The personnel management process. So what we should note is that for the Noguchi quality system, everything is interacted. It's interrelated. All forms are connected to a certain SOP. So you will not have a form, or you should not have a form that is not mentioned in any SOP. All the SOPs are linked to a certain process. And then everything is backed by the policy as we have it. So that is just for our learning. Thank you very much for your attention in this round. We will compute the scores and get back to you shortly. So for round 2, here are the scores at the end of the round. Immunology has 12 points. Bacteriology has 4 points. Oh, sorry. Epidemiology, I take that back. Epidemiology has 4 points. The Department of Animal Experimentation has 3 points, and Bacteriology has 3 points. We now proceed to the third round of competition. This round is the round where each competing department will be required to state if a statement posed to them is true or false. A correct response is worth 3 points. An incorrect response will attract a penalty point of -1. 3 points. I have 3 points here. A correct response will attract a full point of 3. This is the finals. Yeah, this is the finals. A full point is 3. An incorrect response will give you -1. And the questions are not transferable. And so we start the round with the Department of Immunology. As the IQM approves procedures, the DQM also approves procedures. True or false?
False.
The answer is true.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds. Huh?
So remember that the DQM approves the technical procedures and the IQM approves the institutional procedures, and they are all procedures. Epidemiology. Whereas black bin liners are required in the laboratories, yellow bin liners are not.
Oh.
That is correct. Animal experimentation. The ISO 15189-2022, which is the current version of the standard, aligns in structure with ISO 17025. True or false?
True.
True is correct for 3 points. I am receiving and responding to the responses because this is the final. Else I would just point and say, see the IQM. But please note that there's a difference between after the bell and on the bell. I believe you know that already. Thank you very much. So we move to bacteriology. All samples which will not be used in at least 2 months must be kept in the cold room. True or false?
True.
Thank you. Hold on. You see, this is called after the bell. So I will ask the audience. Remember, we said it is not transferable. I like it when we align. When we align, it is good. Audience, any idea? There are no points. The correct answer is true. It's true, please. So we move to the Department of Immunology. Your question. The overall responsibility for risk in the institute lies on the lab director, which is the institute director. True or false? Thank you very much. You are playing safe. The audience? Audience -1. The overall responsibility for risk lies on the lab director. The lab director can assign and delegate others to perform some of those, but it all rests on the lab director, which is the institute director. Epidemiology. The current NMIMR logo was outdoored in the year 2022. True or false? That is incorrect. Yes, they did. They did. Yes, and I heard it. It's true. Sorry, it's false. It was outdoored in 2023. Yeah. So you get a -1 point. Department of Animal Experimentation. The NMIMR was built by the government of Japan and donated to the University of Ghana. True or false?
False.
That is false. It was donated to the government of Ghana, not the University of Ghana. Bacteriology. Inter-laboratory comparison is a form of proficiency testing. True or false?
True.
True is correct for 3 points. We circle back to immunology. Immunology. Bio-risk assessment is the only form of risk assessment in implementing quality management systems. True or false?
False.
False is correct. Epidemiology. Competency assessment can be done anytime necessary. True or false?
True.
Thank you for the non-response. It saves you from any trouble. Audience. It's true. Anytime necessary. So what it means is that if it's on your project, if your PI feels skills needs to be upgraded or have been upgraded, it doesn't matter if it was done last month, it can be done again. Animal experimentation. Every department in the institute has a safety officer. True or false? True. It's false. There is a certain department which doesn't have a safety officer. It's the administration. From our okay. Yeah. You see, there are several units under the main administration, which makes it, unless director is here. There are several units that constitutes animal, what do you call it? The main administration. So as far as we've been concerned, when we are counting departments, administration is counted as one. So you can contest that and we'll see about it.
You said department, there are 9 departments.
Hold on, at this point, if you get emotional, you will forget your answers. So calm down so that you can remember. So I I have been, you see, when you follow the SOP, it's very easy. See the IQM, and the IQM will intervene for you. So we will reverse that response on the basis that, because the question said department, administration on itself will not be considered as a department. We will have to go back, and I think it's a call for us to specify exactly what it means. But for the purpose of the quiz competition, your complaint and the intervention of the IQM, we will give the point to animal experimentation. So we will move to the Department of Bacteriology. Listen carefully. All non-conformities are incidents, but not all incidents are non-conformities. True or false?
True.
That is correct for 3 points. We now proceed to the last round of questions in this set. Immunology. In root cause analysis, the cause and effect diagram is also known as the fishbone or Ishikawa diagram. True or false?
True.
That is correct for 3 points. Epidemiology. Only samples contained in containers labeled with biohazard label should be treated as if they are infectious.
False.
That is false. Animal experimentation. A compromised sample can be accepted for testing. True or false?
False.
The answer is true. The condition is that you would have to evaluate the risk of using that sample and provide that in your reporting as well. So if you want to use it, you can actually do that. So the answer is true. Ideally, you don't want to use it. But if you have to, then you have to meet the condition. And the new standard actually emphasizes that quite well. So let's note that. Bacteriology. Bacteriology. I think for this particular question, the standard is very clear.
Why are you saying
It is very clear. Okay, so let's do a bit of learning here. Let's try as much as we can within the time. There are certain samples that are irreplaceable. Some of the samples are very difficult to get. So for instance, if you are in bacteriology, you get a CSF sample, or you have a biopsy sample going to histo. The sample comes to you and it's a biopsy sample, it has inadequate formalin or so. You are not going to reject it. You are going to still process it, and you are going to provide the feedback in the report. If it's a what do you call it? Cerebrospinal sample, you are not going to lumbar puncture somebody again. You understand? Thank you very much. So we move to the Department of Bacteriology for the final question in this round. Your question. The ISO 15189, 17025, and 9001 are structurally similar but purposefully dissimilar. True or false?
True.
True is correct for 3 points. And by being saved by that bell, we come to the end of round 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the scores for the round. At the end of round 3, the scores are as follows. Immunology has 5 points. Epidemiology has 5 points. Department of Animal Experimentation has 8 points. And bacteriology has 9 points. IT. Thank you very much. So we now move to round 4. So round 4 is what we call the problem of the day. We try to change the name from problem to find something else, but we couldn't. We'll have to see what we can do some other time. So if I have my team available, please help us with the logistics. Each of the competing departments will be given a flip chart sheet and some markers. So these will be the materials that you will need to carry out the solution for the problem for today. Please listen carefully. The case or the problem will be presented to all contestants, and all contestants will have 5 minutes within which to provide a solution. At the end of the time, the solutions from each contestant will be hung on the flip charts and we will evaluate it together. Make sure you write the name of your department boldly at the top so your sheets can be identified. Like I said, you've been provided with a marker and a flip chart sheet to help you write. Now we have the problem of the day. Your principal investigator in finalization application for a special grant has been requested by the sponsor to provide a list of the names of all standard operating procedures used in the quality management system. While your PI gathers the list of technical SOPs, you have been assigned to prepare that of management SOPs. According to the sponsor, only the document name of approved SOPs and not their reference numbers is required. He says you score a point for each SOP correctly listed. I believe you understand why it is a problem. So if you understand and you agree, your 5 minutes starts now.
No, we'll go back to it for the riddles. For the riddles.
We should have a soundtrack for Quality Week, I believe.
We have Quality Week. It's good time. You understand what I'm saying? What's that? No. What we are using for the Quality Week 2024. Feel the rhythm in your lips when we come, oh yeah. Quality be the research, be the beat. Quality Week 2025 thing, quality think research. We are all involved with the jam, oh, with the jam. Only I move to the left, move to the right. We light up the vibe with the jam. Come make we dance, oh. Quality beat, we lose control. Like better we just scatter the flow. Get our system together, oh.
So you have just about 2 minutes more. Just about 2 minutes.
Quality Week 2025 thing, quality think research. We are all involved with the jam, oh, with the jam. Only I move to the left, move to the right. We light up the vibe with the jam. Come make we dance, oh. Quality beat, we lose control. Like better we just scatter the flow. Get our system together, oh. This one, you tilt this one. Quality Week 2024. Quality in our life when we step in, oh nana. Feel the rhythm in your lips when we come, oh yeah. Quality be the research, be the beat. Quality Week 2025 thing, quality think research. We are all involved with the jam, oh, with the jam. Only I move to the left, move to the right. We light up the vibe with the jam. Come make we dance, oh. Quality beat, we lose control. Like better we just scatter the flow. Get our system together, oh.
No, they've been capturing it.
Quality Week
1 minute more to go.
Quality in our life when you step in, oh nana. Feel the rhythm in your lips when we come, oh yeah. Quality be the research, be the beat. Quality week, 2025 think quality think research. We are all involved with the jam, oh, with the jam. Only I move to the left, move to the right. We light up the vibe with the jam. Come make we dance, oh. Quality beat, we lose control. Like better we just scatter the flow. In a system together, oh. Quality week, 2024. Quality in our life when we step in, oh nana. Feel the rhythm in your hips when we come, oh yeah. Quality be the dance, research be the beat. Quality week, 2025 think quality think research. We are all involved with the jam, oh, with the jam. Only I move to the left, move to the right. We light up the vibe with the jam. Come let me dance, oh.
All right, thank you very much. Let's have all your sheets. Please drop your markers. We will have the sheets put up and we will ask if our very helpful camera can capture what is on the flip charts onto the screen for us. If you can do that, in the interest of everybody seeing what we have. Okay. So we already know what the case is. There will be no need to read through, I'm sure. So the basic challenge here was for us to list as many of the management SOPs as we have on the SharePoint as possible. That was just the basic import here. And the idea is to have us know the procedures that we have so that we know what to be able to follow and where we can follow them. Great. So first we have that for immunology. Immunology has listed 7 procedures. I see we have the SOP on document control, which is correct. We have the SOP on proficiency testing, which is correct. We have the SOP on equipment validation. The SOP we have is not equipment validation. It's the SOP on method verification. So number 3 is incorrect. Number 2 is correct. Number 3 is incorrect. There's the SOP on cold room storage. The SOP is the management of cold storage, not SOP on cold room storage. So that is very inaccurate. There's the SOP on competency assessment, which is correct. There is the SOP on SOPs, which is correct. Then we have SOP on sample collection. The SOP is the SOP on sample collection and transport. So we will not give that, I'm afraid. And so we have a total of 4 points for immunology. 4 points for immunology. The next is for epidemiology. Epidemiology also got SOP on document control, correct. SOP on record control, which is correct. SOP on competence assessment, correct. SOP on staff training, which is correct. SOP on SOPs, which is correct. SOP on staff orientation, which is correct. SOP on assessment, internal and external, which is correct. SOP on NC management, which is correct. SOP on risk management, which is correct. SOP on meetings and communication, which is correct. And SOP on management reviews, which is correct. So for 1 point apiece, epidemiology gets 11 points. We move on to the Department of Animal Experimentation. They have the SOP on document control, which is correct. They have the SOP on SOPs, which is correct. The SOP on risk management, which is correct. The SOP on record control, which is correct. SOP on non-conforming events management, which is correct. SOP on assessment, internal and external audits, which is correct. SOP on competency assessment, which is correct. SOP on staff orientation, which is correct. SOP on equipment calibration, which is correct. The SOP on calibration is very inaccurate. It's correct, but it's very inaccurate. It's inaccurate, so yeah, no. The name of the SOP is the SOP on equipment calibration and measurement uncertainty. Yeah, that's the name of the procedure. Then the next is the SOP on management of cold storage, which is correct. We have the SOP on staff training, which is also correct. And so we have how many? So for 1 point apiece, animal experimentation has 10 points. Now we move to the final department, the Department of Bacteriology. Bacteriology has the SOP on SOPs, which is correct. The SOP on staff training, which is correct. SOP on competency, which is incomplete. So that would be incorrect. SOP on management review, which is correct. SOP on staff orientation, which is correct. SOP on document control is correct. SOP on record control is correct. And SOP on risk management, which is also correct. So for 1 point apiece, the Department of Bacteriology has 7 points. So we have had 4 rounds of competition. Please see the IQM. By now we have a very fair idea of who is winning. But there is still a very big opportunity for things to change in the last and final round. The last and final round is the round of riddles. The last and final round is the round of riddles. And here are the rules. A question is posed to all, not to any specific department. When you have the answer, sound your buzzer. And for the purposes of quality control, we will test the buzzers again. Immunology. Thank you very much. Epidemiology. Thank you very much. Animal experimentation. Thank you very much. Bacteriology. Thank you very much. And to be sure we can always detect who presses the buzzer the fastest, you all press on 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Our buzzers are working perfectly. Contestants must answer within 5 minutes of 5 seconds. My apologies. 5 seconds of pressing the buzzer. Must answer within 5 seconds when called to provide a response. When a correct response is given on the first clue, you have 5 points. On the second clue, 4 points. On the third and any other number of clues, you have 3 points. The question will be transferred to the next fastest contestant to have sounded the buzzer for a response under the same conditions as the first respondent. On that note, contestants, if you are ready, so am I. We will move to the first riddle. The first clue. I set the pace and define management commitment to a quality system. 2. Come to think of it, I can be called the policy among policies. Animal experimentation.
Quality manual.
That is incorrect. So you are out of competition. The third riddle. Your quality infrastructure is nothing without me. 4. While some publicly showcase me, others make me available upon request. 5. And last clue. Immunology.
Quality policy.
Quality policy. The final clue there, for those who are waiting for it, the final clue there is, I am not just a policy in quality. And the answer is quality policy. The second riddle. 1. In ISO 9001, I am not as much, but in ISO 15189, I am the centerpiece. Bacteriology.
Risk management.
I'm sorry, that is it. So bacteriology, you are out of this competition. The second clue, just for those who have what I mean by that, they are out of this particular one. Yes, for purposes of clarity. The second clue, I am the demonstration that you can do what you say you do. 3. Animal experimentation.
Competence.
Competence is correct. That was answered on the second clue, so the department gets 4 points.
Quality and competence.
For those who are waiting for the other clues to get the answer, this is for you. I have similar relations. I have similar relations with appraisal. even though we can be very different when it comes to context. 4, I am evaluated by a structured and evidence-based assessment, and that is competence. The third riddle. The third riddle. 1. I am not sure you will contemplate accreditation if you do not have me, mainly because I am a prerequisite. 2. With me, you become very comparable with others who are in similar immunology.
Quality management system.
That is incorrect. So still on 2. With me, you become very comparable with others who are in similar or same business. 3. For some, I am assurance, but an assessment. Animal experimentation.
Certification.
That is incorrect. We have epidemiology. You are passing. Say it into the microphone.
Accreditation.
Okay, that's fine. So we still have bacteriology in the race here. So still on 3. For some, I am an assurance, but an assessment to others. 4. And the last clue. Whichever it is I am, whichever it is, I am external and premised on quality.
External auditing.
I didn't hear the word well.
External auditing. External audit.
External audit. Oh, okay, that is wrong. Anyone from the audience? EQA is the correct answer. EQA is the correct answer. Riddle number 4. It's still anyone's game to win. Riddle number 4. 1. If you don't know better, you would say, I occur only in testing. You may be right, but essentially, I can be anywhere insofar as accepting abilities are concerned. As far as acceptabilities are concerned. Let me read it again. 1. If you don't know better, you would say I occur only in testing. You may be right, but essentially, I can be anywhere insofar as acceptabilities may be concerned. 2. Has it passed? Has it failed? Are some of the questions you ask with me. 3. Bacteriology.
Risk.
That was risky. It is method. We continue from clue number 3. My applications are vast and cover, like ISO 15189 categorizes it, pre-examination, examination, and post-examination phases. 4. I am always in control to make your work quality. Animal experimentation.
Procedure.
That is wrong. That is wrong. We have immunology.
Quality control.
Quality control experiment. So we have the last riddle of the round. The last riddle for the round. For the last riddle, clue number 1. Clue number 1. I am a pediatrician and a public health
Professor.
immunology.
Professor Francis Kwesi Nkrumah.
Yes. For the benefit of those who wanted more clues to get the answer. For the benefit of those who wanted more clues to get the answer, note that the answer for immunology was provided on the first clue, and that is 5 points. The second clue. I played a distinguished and diligent role in poliomyelitis eradication initiatives in Africa. 3. My father was leader of government business in the year 1951. I served as director of NMIMR from 1990 to 1998. And the answer is Emeritus Professor Francis Kwesi Nkrumah. So please, we have the results ready. At the end of round 5, immunology has 11 points. Epidemiology has 0 points. The Department of Animal Experimentation has 4 points. And the Department of Bacteriology has 0 points. At the end,
There's a second and third. Just giving awards.
When we go, quality don't research with a beat. Quality we 2025 quality think research. We are all involved with the jam, with the jam. Only I move to the left, move to the right. We light up.
at the end of 5 rounds of competition, here are the scores. The Department of Immunology has a total of 41 points. The Department of Epidemiology has a total of 26 points. The Department of Animal Experimentation has a total of 32 points. And the Department of Bacteriology has a total of 32 points. We have we have an identifiable winner, which is the Department of Immunology. This is clearly a representation that there's always hope. There's always hope. However, we are not done yet. We need to break the tie. We need to break the tie. We need to break the tie. But before we break the tie, we will take a commercial break and take a commercial from our sponsors.
But we can also be disciplined. Hello, please. We are scientists. We can have as much fun, but we should also be disciplined. So there's a time for noise and there's a time for what? My people went to all the trouble of making a theme song for this Quality Week. And we want to share the theme song with you and show the creativity of the scientists that we have here. So please, let's settle down. You can have, when the contest is over, you can shout as much as you like. But, please, let's settle down and listen to the song that was made for the Quality Week. Thank you.
I think we need to show something.
What should I
Welcome back from that commercial break. Let me just mention that what you just listened to was produced and directed by Mr. Richmond Kabute Kudiabo and Mr. Collins Wilson. So that is their creativity at work. It's now time to break not the eighth, but the tie. And we will break the tie between the Department of Bacteriology and the Department of Animal Experimentation. And we will break the tie on the grounds of safety. We are going to ask just one question. Just one. It's a true or false question. And you would answer based on who signals the fastest. So you would see on the screen. If you get the answer correct, you get 1 point. Just one. If you get the answer wrong, well, I was going to say your competition gets +1, but it's the same. You get it wrong, the competition does not have to answer. If you get -1, automatically they've won. So that is how we are going to break the rule. Let me explain it again so that we are all on the same page. We are going to ask a very simple question. You will draw our attention by pressing the buzzer. The department who draws our attention the fastest will have the first chance at providing a response. If the answer is correct, you get 1 point and you win the session. If the answer is wrong, you get -1 and the session ends. I believe we understand the rules of engagement. On this very tense note, let us be very quiet and hear the question.
Can we test our buzzers first?
Oh, yes, yes, please. Quality control is always important. Bacteriology. Now try it together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. If you are ready, I am also ready. The audience is ready, and here is a tiebreaker question. In accordance with the safety requirements of the NMIMR, Investigations should be done within 48 hours into an incident. True or false? Bacteriology is the fastest finger, and you answer now.
False.
That is incorrect. The institutional quality manual, which was approved in the late hours of last year, is very specific in saying that within 48 hours it should be reported. The safety office is trying very hard to champion reporting of safety issues and especially near misses. So within 48 hours, the report should happen. And on that note, the Department of Animal Experimentation is the second place winner. On this very exciting note, I would want to congratulate the Department of Epidemiology and say you fought really hard. You did your very best, but better luck next year. To the Department of Bacteriology, the heat was on, but you stepped on, and I believe your HOD and your department is very proud of you. Indeed, we are proud of you. To the Department of Animal Experimentation, you are champions. You have fought really hard. Only that the crown has to go to someone else this year. Indeed. We are also very proud of you, and we say congratulations to you and the department. "2024 is a year of big things." And I think it has started. In the 2024 Quality Week, we have had a department that is committed to sweeping literally all the awards that we have. They've tried. And as I said, from the ashes of disaster comes the roses of success. Immunology, congratulations. You were not downhearted or beaten down or remain low despite how it started. You have fought through. The Quality Week is a week of involvement. It's a week that is to bring us rather together than to draw us apart. It's supposed to be a week where quality and unity as an institute is paramount. So let's always have that at the back of our minds. And next year, you may be champions again. On behalf of my team here, and on behalf of all that has happened today, we say thank you very much, and I'll hand over to the IQM.
I'm not much of a statistician, but Professor Nils was just saying to me that if you look at it statistically, all the departments got less than 60%. And that goes to show that we are not reading, because every single question came from the SharePoint or understanding the quality system. As I have said over and over again, it's not about ticking boxes, but it's about understanding what it is about, and then you are able to apply, because those were the things that went into the riddle. I am begging you, do not learn just because of the quiz, but all of us, we must go to the SharePoint and learn. We are a research facility. We must be on top of issues. We must be quality, because you see, even though it's quality, it's technical, because it pertains to your work. So for us to ensure that we are the best that we can be, when we go out and beat our chest that we are from Noguchi, we must learn. And we have given you the opportunity of each and every one of you who has a Noguchi address to learn. If you do not have a Noguchi address and cannot access the SharePoint, we also say that there are hard copies available. You ask your DQ Ms, they will download it for you, or they will give you hard copies. The management ones, you come to the quality office, we will give you a hard copy. So please, it's a fantastic day. It's a good opportunity for us to actually view ourselves. And we have seen. So as much as we've enjoyed it, let us take this opportunity to learn and learn and learn and learn. Because we want to be what? They say what? Noguchi excellence. Working as a team. So please, it shouldn't just be a slogan, but we want to have a quality culture, so that when we come out as Noguchi products anywhere in the world, everybody will know what stuff we are made of. So I say thank you very much for coming. Tomorrow we'll have our closing. It's going to be a fantastic one. The Noguchi choir are going to sing. We're going to crown our face of quality bacteriology, who wanted to come and collect all the prizes, and like the phoenix rising from the ashes, immunology came first. And we're going to give all awards to everyone who has participated. And after, we are going to have games. Games. We are having fun, and we are also learning. So after, come and enjoy the games. There are nice prizes for the games, so please make sure you come for the games. So thank you, and God bless you all.
To the right, we light up the vibe in the jam. Come make we dance, oh. Quality beat, we lose control. Like better we just scatter the flow. Get our system together, oh. Oh, oh, quality week 2024. Quality in our life when you step in, oh nana. Feel the rhythm in your lips when we come, oh yeah. Quality be the research, be the beat. Quality week 2025 think, quality think, research. We are all involved with the jam, oh, with the jam. Oh yeah, move to the left, move to the right. We light up the vibe with the jam. Come make we dance, oh. Quality beat, we lose control. Like better we just scatter the flow. Get a system together. Oh. 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 Quality week, 2024. Quality in our life when you step in, oh nana. Feel the rhythm in your hips when we come, oh yeah. Quality be the drink, research be the beat. Quality week, 2025 think quality think research. We are all involved with the jam, oh with the jam. Oh yeah, move to the left, move to the right. We light up the vibe with the jam. Come make we dance, oh. Quality beat, we lose control. Like better we just scatter the flow. Get a system together, oh.